Light Up LA, Mr Hinkley https://www.pinana.com/story/71382/ Light Up LA Mr Hinkley number 0 in a city shatteringly altered by a madman's homemade nuclear bomb, Richard Billie finds himself in the unlikely role of leader for his family. His father, away from home during the blast, might be dead. Richard's mother, usually competent and crisp, is desperately injured and needs immediate medical help. His brother Washington, whose charm and intelligence have always overshadowed Richard's own awkwardness, is sick and weak. And Washington's girlfriend Stacey, whom Richard secretly adores, is terrified. If any of them are to live through the next few hours, Richard has to take charge. Can he find them food, water, and first aid in a contaminated, burning city? Number 1 forward. We all know the story of John W. Hinckley Jr. We know of his attempt, on March 30, 1981, to assassinate U.S. President Ronald Reagan in Washington, D.C. We know that he wounded Reagan with a bullet from a revolver that ricocheted and hit Reagan in the chest. But, most of all, we will never forget why he tried to kill Reagan, so Jodie Foster would notice him. As terrifying as the story no doubt was, we have one thing to be thankful for: Reagan survived. Had Reagan actually died of his injuries, we would, obviously, be living in a world very different from what we know now. But suppose Hinckley's crush on Jodie Foster had led him down an even darker path? Here, then, is the story of what might have happened that day in 1981, if Hinckley chosen to kill not a president, but a whole city, his murder weapon being not a revolver but the thing law enforcement dreads most, a homemade atomic bomb. How Hinckley's twisted obsession with Ms. Foster would have caused the death of thousands. Number 2 Los Angeles, California. March, 1981. Eyes closed, Richard yawned, stretched his arms wide, and wished he could have stayed in bed another hour. Behind him the radio droned pleasantly and the blender whirred his breakfast shake of milk, eggs, wheat germ, honey, and juice. 6:28 on this bright, beautiful morning, folks. Weatherman predicts a high in the 80s and a low around 50. For those on the freeways, watch out for flying debris. Reports of an overturned 18-wheeler. Richard peered groggily out of the kitchen window, both hands resting on the sink. A brown film dusted the hills across the valley. He scratched his leg just below his maroon running shorts and noted how the wind tugged the Catalina cherry bushes along the driveway and how Gus spent the pine tree in the Del Carlos yard, next door. Larkin said they'd have to do 10 miles today, up and down those hills across the way. Good for your stamina, he'd said, hard eyes daring them to complain. Thursday, you're gonna beat San Marino. Right. Right, the team had echoed in unison. At least he wouldn't sweat. It was a dry, hot wind blowing out of the desert, pushing the smog out to sea. It'd be easy running those first 5 miles. The wind would push him. But coming back, well, that was something else. It'd be like pulling weights, and that dust would make it difficult to breathe, not to mention how it made him itch and gave him nosebleeds. He switched off the blender, removed the lid, and lifted the pitcher to his lips. Holding it both hands, he tilted his head back the way his brother Washington did, and drank. The government continues to deny knowledge of a possible theft of weapons-grade plutonium from the Bettis Atomic Power Laboratory in West Mifflin, Pennsylvania. One of President Reagan's national security advisors. With one hand he switched the dial. France beat England today, 16-12 at Twickenham, London for its 7th outright Five Nations Rugby Championship and 3rd grand. He made a sour face and switched the dial again. God, the news could be so boring. Nothing but this guy killing that one. More taxes, more money going down one rat hole or another. Boring. But what could he do about any of it, anyway? If you thought too much about all the rotten things that could happen in the world, you'd go nuts. Besides, there were enough things he couldn't do anything about right here, at home and at school. He found a station he liked better, and the soothing voice of a young lady came on. He put the blender bowl in the sink, wondering what she looked like. KXLA, she sang in that sultry, warm voice he liked so much in Stacey. Los Angeles. Nuts, he exclaimed, hearing the quick, angry blast of Aussie's car horn. He'd asked his buddy not to do that. It woke his parents up and made them mad. You should be out there waiting so he won't have to wake up the whole neighborhood, his mom had said. Yeah. Well, it was too late now, too late to go to the Johnny, even. Taking his steps two at a time, he chased back to his bedroom and rummaged under the stack of unhung clothes on the chair for his day pack. His jeans turned up at the foot of the bed, and the government text was on the floor next to the frayed notebook with Stacey's name all over it. You live like a pig, Washington was always saying. Richard always answered, you're compulsively neat. I bet you had severe toilet training. It was a running argument. The horn blasted again, longer, more insistently. Damn, he whispered. He stuffed his books into the pack, checked twice for lunch money, and bolted from the room. Richard. Yeah, what? He propped his head around the door to his brother's room. What? I'm late. Sitting up in bed on one elbow, Washington glared at him. Can't you keep it down? Turd. Nerd, he heard yelled after him. Same to you, he mumbled as he raced down the stairs. We're gonna be late, Aussie announced as Richard climbed into the car. Larkin's gonna have our hides. He took off down the driveway with a squeal of rubber. Couldn't get up. Studied till after 2 for that dumb math test, and I still don't feel ready. You never feel prepared. Then you always get 100. Hey, how's the knee doing? He shrugged. It hurt but somehow he could take the pain. I'm supposed to go easy on it for a few days but fat chance with Larkin on my case. He turned to look at his friend. You going to the sock hop tonight? I dunno. Washington's going. With Stacey. Figures. It still hurt that Washington had taken Stacey away just when he'd been ready to ask her out. After all, he'd seen her first, been the first to talk when she moved in down the block. She's beautiful, he'd told Washington. With those railroad tracks? Your taste is in your feet. And when he'd included Stacey in their hikes, Washington would ask, why'd you invite that airhead along? But that was last year. Now you couldn't pry Washington from Stacey with a crowbar. And he couldn't blame Stacey. Who'd want him? 16 going on 12, the way he looked. Who'd go for a skinny bean of a guy whose chin hairs could be counted on one hand and whose shoulders and ass measured the same? So. Aussie repeated, pulling into the high school's parking lot just next to the gym. You going? Larkin's Legion, as the track team was called, were goose-stepping out of the gym in their warm-up exercises. Richard pulled his day pack from the car and slammed the door. I hate going alone. I get all nervous and sweaty and say such dumb things. Aussie fell in beside him. At least you talk. Me. I go blank. So let's go together. We'll have each other to talk to. Richard stiffened as Larkin came out of the gym. Hey, you apes, the coach shouted. Get your fingers out of your asses. Outside warming up in 1 minute or you can add 2 miles to the 10. Richard broke into a run. Upon reaching his locker, his fingers fumbled, and it took him 2 tries to open the lock. He always got so nervous when Larkin got mad like that, when anyone got mad at him, in fact. If it'd been Washington, he'd have given Larkin one of those cool, measured looks with those piercing eyes of his. And then he'd have strolled onto his locker as if he'd had all day. When were you picking up Stacey? Richard asked later. He was standing in front of the mirror in Washington's room, peering at his image, wondering if he should shave the few hairs on his chin or let them alone. Didn't hair grow faster if you cut it often? Right after dinner. Washington lifted the player arm on his turntable and ever so cautiously set down the stylus. The opening notes of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony filled the room. He turned up the volume. Sometimes Richard wondered if Washington really needed to hear the music that loud or if he liked everyone to know that he listened to classical music. He picked up his guitar and slumped against the bed on the floor. Strumming chords, he tuned out the noise. "Get the hell out of here if you're going to play that now." Washington turned on him abruptly. "Go on, get out. The trouble with you, Wash, is you can't concentrate on more than one thing at a time. Weak brain." Richard tapped his head with a finger and grinned. The only time Washington noticed him was when he did something irritating. "Mom's calling. You get a hearing problem." Washington turned down the volume, frowning. "Washington? Do you hear me?" their mother called. "Come on down. I need you to cut up the roast." "Washington? Why doesn't she ever need you?" Washington exclaimed. He stuck his head out of the door to tell her he'd be right there. Then he took his time removing the record, sliding it into its jacket and placing it back on the shelf exactly where he always kept it. Richard, watching, continued strumming his guitar. Why hadn't Mom called him to carve the roast? He wondered. She hardly ever asked him to do any of the more interesting things. He put the guitar down and decided to see what was going on downstairs. Mom greeted them, smiling. Richard guessed she was behind with the laundry again because she wore Washington's t-shirt, which on her was 2 sizes too big, a paint-spattered pair of jeans, and sneakers. The shirt said, "No nukes is good nukes. Sharpen the carving knife first, Washington." She nodded at the roast and bent to find the carving board. "And slice it thin." "I can do it." Richard darted around his brother and grabbed for the knife, but Washington stopped his hand. "No way. You'd probably slice off a finger." "Mom." His mother hesitated, then said, "You set the table for us, honey. Dad's due home any minute now. I'm just as good at carving as he is." "Richard, please. Setting the table is girls' work." "Richard." He yanked at the silverware drawer, and everything fell to the floor. Washington stifled a laugh. His mother sighed, gave him an annoyed scowl, and bent to help pick up the pieces. Hating himself for such clumsiness, he tried a joke. "Teenage boys grow so fast, they're not very well coordinated." Washington snorted and whisked the knife back and forth over the sharpening tool, eyes on Richard. "Well, it's true." "Okay, so I made it up, but it's probably true." When his mother looked doubtful, he added, "Anytime you need a useful fact, just ask me. I make 'em up to suit any occasion." His mother shook her head and giggled. Washington's face broke into a reluctant grin. "It would be all right." "So, how's my family doing?" his father asked at dinner, helping himself to a slice of beef. He nodded to each of them. "How's school going?" "Hard," his mother answered first. "I've got 2 papers to finish by next week and an exam to study for. This roast is going to be the last good meal you'll have for a while. After this, it's cold cuts." "What about you, Washington? You get that chemistry test grade yet?" "I did okay, I guess. B-." Richard darted a glance at his brother. Washington had been so nervous the night before the test that he'd vomited. He was funny like that. No matter how confidently he talked or acted, his stomach always gave him away. But no one outside of the family knew that. "And you, Rich? How'd the math test go?" his dad asked. He'd gotten a 97 but wasn't about to brag about it, not now, after Washington's news, so he said, "Pretty good." "And how was your tiddlywink game today, Dad?" It was a family joke dating back to when they were kids, that all their dad did at work was play tiddlywinks. What he really did, Richard now understood, was sit at a desk all day solving humongous equations, which made any math Richard knew look like child's play. Somehow the solutions helped engineers build things, like A-bombs. You know, his mother mused before his father could answer, we talked about the mess the world's in Poly. Science class today. I said that if women were running the world there'd be no wars, no crime, no terrorism. I think I'm going to run for public office when I get my degree. Ha! Washington said. Last week you were ready to run off to Africa to study pygmies. And the week before you were going to be a social worker, his dad said. Mom! What are you going to be when you grow up? It's not funny, you guys. We've now got 47 wars going on in the world today, and you're making jokes. And then there's that plutonium theft the government is trying hard to say never happened. Ma! When are you going to do another wash? I'm out of socks. I'm out of everything, Washington complained. I've got socks, Richard said. You. Not on your life. Yours are so gross, I'm surprised they don't get up and slither away. Boy. Try to start an intelligent conversation around here. His mother shook her head then turned to Washington. If you need clean clothes that badly, you know what you do? You go into the utility room, and there's this rectangular white object. It's called a washing machine. And you take. Okay, okay. Will do. Washington rolled his eyes to the sky. You look pretty sharp to me, Richard said, looking his brother over. Washington's dark good looks and manly build made anything he wore look good. I do. Yup. The girls'll be all over you. You'll have to fight 'em off with a samurai sword. And Stacey. Richard, his mother warned. He reacted by sitting up very properly, hands clasped. Yes, ma'am. Let's get these ditches cleared. You guys have a dance to go to, and you're not going to leave me with all the work. Up. Richard jumped to his feet. First a who. He pounced on his mother as she started out of the room, dishes in hand. Richard, no. Just one. He grabbed her from behind and squeezed so that her breath came out in a whoosh, making a whoo sound. He squeezed again. Richard, leave me alone. Every time Richard hooed his mother, she laughed, so he did it again. But she wasn't laughing now. She turned around and cried, Stop it. Don't make an ass of yourself. Enough is enough. Okay, okay. He retreated, picked up some dishes, and went into the kitchen, his feelings hurt. A look passed between Washington and his parents that he didn't like, as if they were all in something together, excluding him. When was this family going to treat him like he counted, like they treated Washington? Number 3 Richard unscrewed the bottle of aftershave lotion that belonged to Washington and sniffed. It had a fresh smell, like limes. He splashed some in his hand and patted it against his cheek and on his neck the way Washington did. He was conscious of his brother behind him. Washington was neatly folding up a sweater and watching. You making it with Stacey yet? He turned around to face Washington. If you're going to use my stuff, put the cap back on the bottle when you're finished and put it away. He screwed the cap on and put the bottle down. I asked if you were making it with Stacey yet. Washington's dark eyes burned into him for a long instant, then he said, How are you going to the dance? Aussie's taking me. You can ride with me if you want. Stacey won't make a fuss. Nah. Thanks anyway. He tugged angrily at the Mexican shirt that wouldn't stay on his narrow shoulders and hung too loosely over his jeans. Should he wear something else? Why don't you wear that blue plaid shirt of yours? Washington said, reading his thoughts. You look much better in it. He picked up his wallet and keys. Your guitar's gonna get stepped on. Yes, Mommy. I pick up my guitar, Mommy. Washington shook his head in disgust. See ya at the sock hop, Richard. He took one final look around to see if all was in order, then left. Richard picked up his guitar and plopped down on Washington's neatly made bed, shoes on. He got a perverse kick out of doing what might piss off his brother. Plucking at the strings, he reworked a song written last week and thought about Stacey. Did she ever think about him? Where would she and Washington go after the dance? To the Focus with friends? Or would they drive up into the hills to make out? For a few pleasurable moments he pictured himself with Stacey, just holding her hand. Maybe kissing her like he nearly did once. And then he went into his own room to remove the ugly Mexican shirt and put on the blue plaid. Aussie arrived soon after, wearing dark pants, a short-sleeved white shirt, and shiny black shoes. He tugged at the tie. "You look sharp," Richard said. "Bakacha. Nice shirt." His friend's compliment helped to ease the big knot in his stomach. Tonight he intended to have a really good time. No matter how scared he felt, he'd ask some girls to dance instead of just standing around as he usually did, watching. Maybe he'd even ask Stacey to dance. When they got to the school gym, the sock hop was in full swing. They could hear the music outside, where so many of the kids hung around. Richard searched anxiously for a familiar face. "There's Stacey." His heart leaped as he saw her beside Washington. Soft blonde hair swirled around her face. She wore a pink dress with little purple flowers and she held it close to her leg with one hand, against the wind. "Wow," Aussie murmured. "The girls sure go for your brother. Look at 'em, will ya?" 4 girls clustered around Washington like birds at a feeder. It happened all the time at school. Girls would go stiff and watchful, and when he passed, they'd huddle together and whisper. "Let's go," Richard said to Aussie. "I've got nothing against Washington's leftovers." Aussie chuckled, and they sauntered across the quad to Washington and Stacey's side. "Hi, Richard," Stacey greeted with a warm smile. "Hi, Washington. You guys know each other?" "Daphne, Abby, Itzel, Princess. This is Richard, Washington's brother, and Aussie, his buddy." Richard smiled brightly. The girls checked him and Aussie over quickly and returned their attention to Washington. "You mean it's a real air raid shelter, like they show in war movies?" the girl who'd been introduced as Abby exclaimed. "Like underground and all? And it's all your very own?" "Washington and Richard use it as a clubhouse, kind of," Stacey said. "A getaway. We play games down there sometimes and pretend we're the only people left in the world, or sometimes we make believe we're on a desert island and. But who built it, for heaven's sake? And why?" Princess asked. "Don't know. It was there when we bought the house. My dad fixed it up. You know, new generator and bunk beds and stuff. They said there was a war scare almost 20 years ago when the Russians put up missile bases in Cuba," Washington said. "Can I see it?" "Oh, can I? I've never been in an air raid shelter." "It sounds neat." Abby looked eagerly at Washington. Richard grinned at Aussie and raised his eyebrows. Richard cleared his throat. "I'll be glad to take you down there. Just say when." Abby's glance slid over him. "Washington? Will you show me? If there's ever a war, can I go into it with you?" The girls giggled. Washington rolled his eyes skyward and said, "Let's go, Stacey." But he didn't move. Boring, Richard thought. How could Stacey stand it? Still, they were female. He looked the 4 girls over and discounted Princess and Abby immediately. They were so eager for Washington, they looked like they could eat him. Daphne, who hadn't said anything, wore a dazed smile. Itzel. Well, she wasn't bad. She was about his height, freckled, maybe a bit plump but pretty. And a little aloof. He sidled closer to her. While the others fired questions at Washington, he nudged her. She didn't notice at first, so he nudged a little harder. "What?" she asked irritably. "Wanna go inside and dance?" Heat rushed to his head. No. He took a deep breath and looked away, pretending to be interested in some distant spot. Was he that ugly? That unpleasant? He wanted to sniff under his arms and blow into his hand to see if he smelled okay. God, what the hell was he doing here? Richard. His throat constricted. He was scared to talk for fear it'd come out garbled. Wanna dance? We'll never be missed. Stacey took his arm. Washington? Come on. I'll introduce you to someone I think you'll like. We'll be inside, Washington, she called back. Washington nodded and kept on talking. He can't help it, Stacey said, walking between them and linking her arms with theirs. He really doesn't like all that attention, but sometimes they corral him. He's just being polite, but he really hates it? Really? Yeah, sure, Richard said. I wouldn't mind a night of that kind of hateful attention, said Aussie. You guys just wait. By next year you'll be complaining that girls are phoning you all the time. Now, just listen to that music. Doesn't it make you wanna go? Come on. Let's boogie. Richard figured he had maybe 2 minutes before Washington came looking for them. Longer, if he could manage it. He pulled Stacey through the mass of jumping, bouncing, gesticulating dancers in the crowded, noisy gym. He was counting on another few minutes if they could hide where the flickering lights made it even harder to see anyone. Sweating, heart pounding, he turned to face Stacey, worried she might laugh at his head, ran up through his feet. Stacey's eyes danced. She was the most beautiful girl on the floor. He'd always pictured dancing with her like this. He flung his arms around and felt as if he really knew what he was doing. Stacey had always put him at ease. Remember the Halloween party we planned last year, he shouted above the deafening noise. They'd spent happy hours together working out the party details. His smile faded. It was also the night Washington really noticed Stacey. Yeah, she cried. Grapes for eyeballs. Cook spaghetti for innards. She laughed. What kid stuff? But wasn't it fun? He nodded. What's Washington got that I don't? He shouted, willing her to look at him. Oh, Richard. Well. In the intense excitement he bumped into a girl dancing behind him. You've got lots of qualities. Like what? Persistence. Oh, right. That one does me a lot of good, doesn't it? All it does is get people pissed off at me. It's a good quality. Discounting her words, he shrugged. Anything else? You're fun. So's Washington. Not always. Her eyes slid away for an instant. What else? Boy, you're a greedy bastard, aren't you? She laughed. Shaking her body so that her dress swung around her legs, she said, you're good at math. You're a terrific runner. Says who? Washington. The answer came as such a shock that he stumbled against her. Washington said nice things about him to Stacey. He didn't tell her what a slob he was, how clumsy, what a pest. God, he loved that brother of his at this moment. He admired, worshipped, even envied him. Stacey cocked her head in a teasing way. The music had stopped, but he went on dancing until she put a hand on his arm. Surprised. Shocked. Freeze, partner. A voice from behind him sounded like Washington. Something jabbed him in the back. Okay, move away slowly or I'll plug ya. Stacey laughed. Unhand my woman, and run for your life. Turkey. Richard turned around and playfully gut-punched his brother. What's this you're shocked about? Washington asked, arm around Stacey. At the number of females you managed to fool. Charm, not fool. So? Did you line up those girls to come see your secret lair? Stacey asked. Washington hugged her closer. I told them to show up Saturday afternoon. That's when we give the half-price tour. I told them to bring refreshments, and if they're lucky, my little brother would play his guitar, so they'd get a show along with the tour. Little brother? You didn't. You're kidding. Richard's heart jumped high with hope. Washington smiled. Am I? Well, if they come, it'll only be because of you. Washington had already lost interest in the subject and turned back to Stacey. At the same time the PA system crackled and then burst forth with the next dance number. His brother and Stacey started dancing. For an instant Richard remained where he was. Dancer bounced against him, jammed into him. Then, sighing happily, he turned around and worked his way through the crowd looking for Aussie. Number 4. When he came down to breakfast Monday morning at a normal time, everyone except Washington was still eating. Not running today. His father looked up from the paper. After school. Larkin's hoping the wind will die down so it won't be so dusty. Just look out there. His mother leaned on the sink and peered out of the window with worried concern. I'm afraid even to leave the house. The hills haven't burned around here in years. With this wind, just a little fire would spread like. She threw up her hands. You did increase our fire insurance, didn't you, Arnold? His father nodded. Richard poured himself some juice and brought it to the table. He reached for the sports section of the paper. No health food cocktail today. Today I feel like junk food. Some nice sugar-coated Crispies, and the heck with Larkin. So I day one day sooner. Talk about dying, his father said, did you see this piece in the paper about the plutonium theft from that nuke lab back east? The government just now admitted it happened. And now there's some kind of debate about whether or not some Looney Tune can build a homemade nuclear bomb. Nice world we're living in. Richard tuned out as his parents began discussing the news storm. Something about how, in principle, making a homebrew nuke was very easy, get a critical mass of radioactive material, sit back and watch the runaway nuclear reaction go. But luckily for us all it's the first part, getting the radioactive material, that is the biggest stumbling block. You cannot make a nuclear bomb without fissile material. And for an average thermonuclear device, the necessary material is plutonium or enriched uranium, 238 or 235, both are radioactive and will decay into other elements, given time, but only the latter can be forcibly split when neutrons are fired at it. That's the basis of a nuclear bomb. When an atom breaks apart, it gives out energy and more neutrons, which can then split other atoms. Get enough atoms splitting and you have the chain reaction needed for a bomb blast. But natural uranium overwhelmingly consists of the 238 isotope, which bounces back any neutrons striking it, useless then for a bomb. To make a bomb, natural uranium needs to be treated to concentrate the 235 isotope within it. And this is where the problems really begin. For every 25,000 tons of uranium ore, only 50 tons of metal are produced. Less than 1% of that is uranium-235. No standard extraction method will separate the two isotopes because they are chemically identical. So instead, the uranium is reacted with fluorine, heated until it becomes a gas and then decanted through several thousand fine porous barriers to partially separate it into two types, enriched and depleted, the latter used for conventional weapons. To make a nuclear reactor, the uranium needs to be enriched so that 20% of it is uranium-235. For nuclear bombs, that figure needs to be nearer 80 or 90%. Get around 50 kilograms of this enriched uranium, the critical mass, and you have a bomb. Any less and the chain reaction will not cause an explosion. Unfortunately, the would-be atom bomber can bypass this problem by using plutonium instead. This is the preferred material because it makes much lighter weapons that can be mounted onto missiles or carried around in a suitcase. Plutonium is produced as a byproduct in nuclear reactors and only around 10 kilograms is needed for a bomb. The average power plant needs about a year to produce enough and expensive reprocessing facilities are required to extract the plutonium from the fuel. With plutonium, life gets easier for the amateur bomber. His bomb will explode once the critical mass of uranium or plutonium is brought together. So, to begin with, and to make sure that it doesn't explode in the hands of its owners, the bomb needs to keep the metal separated into 2 or more parts. When the weapon is in place and ready to go off, these subcritical masses need only be thrown together, and this can be done with conventional explosives. The chain reaction, explosion, and familiar mushroom cloud then take care of themselves. That easy for some nutcase to build an A-bomb? Phew. Richard. Doesn't anything interest you other than sports? Sure. Music. Girls. He took a big mouthful of cereal and grabbed for a paper napkin as milk spilled down his chin. You're hopeless. Maybe the answer is criminal control, not bomb control. Anyway, if anything happens we can always go live in the shelter. His father looked appalled. I can't believe you said that, he exclaimed. Said what? Finish your breakfast and get your ass to school, his mother said. We'll talk about this some other time. He hated it when his parents put him down that way. Usually he wasn't even sure what he'd said wrong. They made him feel like they had no respect for his opinions. Washington claimed it was because he jumped into discussions without facts, then stubbornly clung to his viewpoint when he knew he was wrong. But how else could he survive in a family where everyone, except him, was perfect? The feeling of being at odds with the world continued through the morning. In English class he deliberately took an extreme viewpoint in interpreting a scene from Othello. In economics class he took the unpopular view about whether the world should go off the gold standard. It was one of those days when he couldn't seem to stop himself from doing the very opposite of what everybody else did. Grumpy and hungry, he waited for Washington and Stacey in the cafeteria at noon, reading the menu again and again. Should he get the spaghetti, macaroni, and cheese, or a hamburger? If he chose the spaghetti he'd be sorry it hadn't been the burger. If he chose the burger, he'd wish later he'd bought the macaroni. Hey, little brother. I forgot my lunch money. Could you lend me $2? Richard turned to Washington, his glance first gliding over Stacey, and took out his wallet. You still owe me for last week's lunch. Listen to him, will ya? Washington nodded to Stacey. A mind like a $sign. You'd think I was asking to borrow $1 million. I'll loan you the money, Washington, Stacey said. No, here. Richard quickly handed over $2. Instead of coming out the good guy, he was being made to look the bad guy. How come his brother always managed to come out looking right, even when he was wrong? Thanks, pal. Pay you back tonight. Washington tucked the money in his shirt pocket, flicked his eyes over the menu, and picked up a tray. He went directly to the macaroni and cheese. Richard decided to take the same, and followed his brother and Stacey to a table. How's Audrey? Stacey asked, unloading her tray. Dressed in an orange cheerleader skirt and blue and orange sweater, she looked happy and fresh. He grinned sheepishly. Audrey was a mystery lady the track team was always talking about. She was supposed to live on Vista del Valle. The guys said she had a thing for high school men, especially Larkin's Legion. Sometimes, the stories went, if you were out running alone she'd be waiting, a glass of white wine in each hand. You know Frankie? Well, he saw her just last week. He said she was wearing this flowing thing, a negligee. His whole body got hot, talking to Stacey like that. She waved at him and then. Yeah, right, Washington said. Yeah, right. Richard returned. He really didn't quite believe it himself, but whenever he ran on Vista del Valle, he'd slow down just in case. You must still believe in the Easter Bunny. There's got to be something to it. Everyone says. Do you always believe everything you hear? Oh, you're so smart. You never believe anything you hear. Hey, you guys, quit that. Stacey put a hand on each of them. For two brothers who really like each other, you sure try hard to hide it. Richard busied himself with spooning up the macaroni. What a turkey that brother of his was. He could be such a smart ass. And he had the heart of an eel. What right did he have to move in on Stacey? You got anything going with her? Washington had asked last year. 'Cause if you don't, I'm gonna ask her out. He still got mad at himself for not speaking up. But what could he have said? There hadn't really been anything between him and Stacey except what went on in his dreams. And even if he'd asked Stacey, what chance did he stand with a brother like Washington? I gotta go, guys. Tennis practice. Washington gathered up his lunch stuff and stood up. See you later, Stacey. Usual place. He nodded curtly at Richard, then sauntered off, his book bag slung over one shoulder. The girls at the next table looked up and waved a greeting. Don't let him get to you, Stacey said softly. Sometimes he does come on a little strong. My brother's a turkey, Richard said. Sometimes, yes. But aren't we all under the skin? Stacey smiled, that warm, impish smile that always made him melt inside. His body relaxed. Washington didn't deserve a girl like her. He waved at his mother as he trudged up the driveway after school. She was staking a pine tree he'd helped his father plant last year. The tree leaned towards the Del Carlos house, its needles pushed by the wind. You need any help? He called. Almost done. Thanks, honey. Get yourself a snack, then come on out. His mother motioned to the lawn, covered with leaves, and blew him a kiss. He laughed and did a little happy dance, then went on into the house. In a few minutes his mother appeared. Barefoot, in shorts and a halter top, she had the distracted look she wore much of the time since she'd gone back to college. He really was proud of her, but he hardly ever saw her anymore because she was often in her room studying when he got home. He missed the way they used to speak, missed just having her around. Lemonade, she asked, going to refrigerator. Larkin ought to be shot having you guys run on a day like this. Taking a glass from the cabinet, she poured the drink without waiting for his answer and set out some store-bought cookies. I'm not hungry. He tossed his books on the family room couch. How's about I fix you a nice, thick, ham sandwich, she asked, not really listening. You're so skinny, it worries me. It really does. She glanced at her watch, trying hard not to be obvious. I've got such a lot to do. That paper on the credibility of child eyewitness testimony is due tomorrow, and I'm only half through. Haven't even thought what to make for dinner yet, and. She stopped, frowned, and then asked, how's school going? That's okay, Mom. Go finish your work. We'll talk later. What do you want me to do outside? Oh, that, yes. She stopped for a moment and looked at him. Rake the leaves in the front yard before it gets too dark. They're so thick the sprinkler can't reach the grass. She waved at him and went off to her study. Right, he said, though he didn't think she heard him. Then he lay down on the couch and, in seconds, fell fast asleep. The light had already begun fading away when he woke up an hour later. He gulped the lukewarm lemonade, grabbed a handful of cookies, and went outside to find the rake. Raking leaves was so boring. Any moron could do it. And he wasn't even getting paid. His parents said that running a home was everyone's responsibility. Oh, well. At least it left the mind free to wander. He thought about the 12-string guitar he wanted, at Gorby's. Maybe he could talk his parents into getting it for Christmas. He had just started pushing the raked leaves into a can he'd laid out on the ground when his mother appeared. Richard. What in God's name are you doing? Raking the leaves, he said, looking up in surprise. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. Where's your head? Who rakes leaves uphill into a can? What difference does it make? He shouted. But don't you see? He threw the rake down and stalked off to the house. Nothing he did seemed to please anybody. Who gave a damn if the leaves were raked uphill or downhill? If he left them there, the wind would sweep them to the next yard, anyway. Richard, his mother shouted at him. Richard! The hell with her! The hell with them all! He kept going until he reached his room. He was sick of them all: Washington, his teachers, Lincoln, his mother, everybody. For a second he stood in the middle of his room raging with fury. Then, without thinking, he grabbed up his guitar, ran down the hall and through Washington's room, and let himself out to the backyard. He had to get away. Away from all the criticism. The shelter. That's where he'd go. He could close himself off from the whole world down there, underground. Let them worry about him for a change. Number 5. Richard lifted up the metal cover that formed the door to the shelter, switched on the generator for light and air, and climbed down the ladder. The little room was such a mess. He and Washington should really try to straighten it up one of these days. For now he kicked the loose magazines and books under one of the bunk beds and plopped down on a lower bunk with his guitar. Maybe he should become a rock musician. His father thought he should go into mathematics, but Richard always felt happiest when he was playing his guitar. Washington thought he had real talent, and Stacey said the songs he made up were far better than most of the stuff around. Even Washington admitted he was good. But he also said, forget it. The odds are 1,000,000 to 1 against you making it. He plucked a few chords and let his mind float. The bad feelings of just a short while ago began to fade, and soon he was playing and singing some of the songs he'd written. He'd been lost in the music for maybe 1 hour when he heard Washington's voice from above. Hey, down there. Anyone home? Stacey's face smiled down at him through the entrance hole, then disappeared. Soon Washington's legs backed down the ladder. In a moment his brother was standing in the narrow space between the double-decker cots with Stacey beside him. Truce. Washington held out a Hershey bar. Sorry about how I acted at lunchtime. He dropped down on the bed opposite Richard and began unwrapping his chocolate bar. Mom says to come up soon. Dad's gonna be late and she's got a class tonight, so we're having dinner early. He nodded at the guitar. What's that you were playing? Sounded good. Play it for us, Dick, Stacey said. What's it called? Richard shook his head. The song was about Stacey, about lost love. It's not quite right yet, he said, putting the guitar down. Did you hear the new Black Sabbath album? Hey, man, Dick. Don't be shy with us, Washington urged. Richard went to the phonograph. This is better. He put on the new record and stood back. Just listen to these guys. He turned up the volume and sat down again, closing his eyes so he wouldn't miss one single note. The Black Sabbath record had been playing for only a few minutes when a terrible jet-like roar coming from outside drowned it out. Whoa! What's going on? Stacey stood up. Sounds like some kind of an earth tremor, Washington said. Great. What a day for that, exclaimed Richard. He got up to shut off the record player, but it mysteriously went off by itself, causing Ozzy Osbourne's voice to slur, slow and stop. At the same time, the light suddenly went out. It's weird. Stacey's eyes widened. I'm scared. Hey, calm down, Washington admonished her. This is California. Anytime we have high winds and tremors, like we have today, the trees and power lines just fall like dominoes. Are you sure? SHHH. Richard looked up as the strange rumbling continued. He remembered how, in elementary school, the teachers used to have them dive under their desks and cover their heads. Maybe we should cover our heads, he said lightly. This was stupid. Of course it couldn't be anything serious. SSSSH. If you're so worried, I'll go upstairs and find out _________ turkey. If it's for real, that'd be the worst thing you could do. Where's the radio? Damn. Richard said. I borrowed it last week. It's in my room. He started toward the ladder. I'll get it. No, wait. Stacey clutched at his shirt. Don't go. He was halfway up the rungs when a brilliant light nearly blinded him. It lit up the small circle of dark sky outside, penetrating the underground room with glacier-white hardness. Richard jumped back, covered his eyes with an arm, and felt the hairs on his body quiver. He stared intently into the terrified eyes of his brother and Stacey. Instinctively they rushed together, huddling, arms around one another. Then, in the eerie brilliance, and before they could think what might be happening, cans flew off the shelves, pelting them like hailstones. Part of a wall buckled, and earth spilled into the room. Richard was thrown against the bunk bed and found himself crushed beneath the weight of his brother and Stacey. He screamed. He heard Stacey and Washington's terrified cries and knew it wasn't a dream. His shoulder hurt as if it had been yanked from its socket. His cheek burned, and something dripped onto his neck. Richard was suddenly sure that they were dying. Maybe a minute passed, maybe more, but at last the waves of pressure eased, and he could stand up in the darkness without the weight of the others on him. Fierce winds like a hurricane roared outside, and a strange smell filled the air. You believe it? Washington muttered. It's like the whole world just came to an end. Richard squeezed the painful shoulder and wiped the blood dripping down his face. You okay? I'm going up. Washington swept past him. 2,711 miles away, in Florida, White House Chief of Staff, James A. Baker, III was faced with an historic decision. Should he inform President Ronald Reagan, who was speaking at a local elementary school, that some sort of nuclear device had been detonated in Southern California? Baker knew that America was now at the start of an emergency. But what should he tell the president and how? The trick was not to provoke a reaction or cause a response from the president as he was sitting in front of the news cameras surrounded by elementary school children, so Baker decided to make his message short and direct. He told the president, "Sir, America is under nuclear attack. Los Angeles has been completely destroyed. Washington, no. Don't leave." Stacey screamed. She stumbled across the Ken-laden floor after him. Where are you going? Richard cried. To seal the entrance. You get the flashlight. He heard the clank of metal dropping into place as he groped along the beds to the chest of drawers where the flashlight was normally kept. Then he remembered taking it from the drawer last week, playing it against the wall so that it made bright circles of light as he lay on the cot, daydreaming. He swept a hand over the rubble of concrete and dirt on the bed. No flashlight. Candles. Matches. He felt his way back to the dresser. For God's sake. Where's the flashlight? Washington roared. With fluttering fingers he pulled open the drawers and rummaged blindly among bubble-gum wrappers, pencils, baseball cards, and other junk until he felt 2 candles and a partial book of matches. He struck the matches several times before one lit and he could light the candles. Washington stood at the ladder's foot, an arm around Stacey. Her eyes stared wide and unblinking as he led her to a cot, cleared a space, and sat her down. Then he turned around to look at Richard. You all right? Washington stepped closer and took one of the candles. You've got a cut on your face. It's bleeding. He grabbed a wad of tissues from a box on the floor and passed them to his brother. Richard pressed the tissue against the cheek. It's not bad. What happened, Washington? God, let it be anything, except what I suspect, he prayed silently. Washington darted a glance at Stacey, who sat passively staring ahead. If I didn't know better I'd say we've just been nuked. Richard drew in his breath. For a long while neither spoke, then Washington finally said, What do you think we should do? I don't know. Richard cried. Are we at war? Is the whole country? He couldn't finish the sentence. And then his heart froze. Mom. Dad. I'd better go outside. Look around. Find Mom and get her down here. You stay, Washington said. What if there's radiation? Washington's eye twitched as it always did when he felt pressured, and he didn't answer. Where's the flashlight? Richard got down on his hands and knees and searched in the rubble of cans, magazines and dirt until he found it. He stood up and flicked the switch anxiously. What if he used up the batteries last week? He sighed with relief as the light held, and he handed the flashlight to Washington. Maybe we should all go, stick together. No. If I need help I'll be back. Careful, Washington. Richard hugged his brother hard and fast. He wanted to cry. Washington took a deep, fear-filled breath and gave him the candle. Then he turned, climbed the ladder, and lifted the exit cover. There was a clank of metal as the lid fell back into place, then silence. Richard turned to Stacey. She'd been sitting with her hands in her lap, staring straight ahead. Now he realized that she must be in shock. In TV movies they always slap the persons to bring them back. Was that what he should do? He knelt before her and took her hands. Stacey, he urged. Come on. Get up. Let's get this place cleaned up. She stared back at him, not seeming to hear. Stacey, he said sharply. Cut it out. He shook her, frightened now by the distant, closed look. And then he slapped her, first on the arm and then on the face. Her eyes closed and tears came. Richard sat down and drew her close. He smoothed her hair and patted her back, repeating over and over, "It'll be all right. Shhh. It'll be okay." At last she pulled away and wiped her eyes. Sniffing, she asked, "What happened? Where's Washington?" "Upstairs checking things out." He hoped Washington wouldn't be gone long. He pictured fallout raining down on him, fires burning, and he wanted his brother. He needed him back. What would he do if he didn't return? Was it possible that the three of them were the only people still alive? He didn't dare pursue such terrifying thoughts. He looked around. "Come on, kid," he said, imitating Washington's self-assured manner. "We'd better try cleaning this mess up. In 5 minutes Washington will be back with Mom, and you know how she is about neatness." Stacey didn't even smile. She stood up, looked about distractedly, and then sat down again. "Who gives a damn? It's all over. I just know it. Some military guy pushed the button, and the whole world's on fire. We'll all die. We'll never get out of here. This'll be our tomb." The picture her words made in his mind were so scary that he cried, "Quit it. We don't know that. We don't know anything. Maybe it's just an explosion downtown of some chemical plant. Now get the hell up and help me." He yanked at her arm. In the candlelight her dirt-streaked face seemed faintly hopeful. "Pick up those cans. I'll see about the break in the wall." "But my mother." "Rachel. Get cracking, Stacey. You hear me? Don't think about em. Just do like I said." Surprised at his gruffness, she started picking up the things that had fallen off the storage shelves and put them back. Now and then she'd stop and look toward the ladder. Where is he? What's happening up there? What if he doesn't get back? Richard didn't answer. After seeing that he could do nothing about the break in the wall, and deciding that it would hold, anyway, he turned to taking inventory. With a kind of feverish energy he made mental notes of everything in the shelter: the contents of his father's fishing box, the number of sleeping bags and backpacks, how much freeze-dried food they had, what canned drinks and other foods. Somehow keeping busy this way helped time pass in a way that seemed purposeful. When he found the camp stove, he felt a bitter irritation at himself. He didn't even know how the thing worked. Washington or his mom and dad had always operated it on camping trips while he'd been off getting water or finding firewood. "I've got to go to the bathroom," Stacey whispered apologetically. Yeah. I'll find something." He blushed for them both, aware that in the excitement, he, too, had to relieve himself. "Here." He handed Stacey a cooking pot from the camping equipment, then turned away. Whistling to cover any sounds, he moved to the farthest corner of the room and climbed several of the ladder rungs. Almost an hour had passed since Washington had left. With each minute he felt more anxious. What could be happening? Was his mother all right? What about his father? His office was in Pasadena, 10 miles from here. What if Washington doesn't come back? He couldn't wait any longer, regardless of what Washington made him promise. He raised the exit cover and looked out. The wind seemed to have died down, but the air now had an electric tang to it. He touched a hand tentatively to the nearby blacktop and felt ashes and great heat. Quickly he jerked his hand back, wiping it on his blue jeans, then climbed another rung so he could see farther. At first all he could make out was the nearby shrubbery and the vague outline of the back of the house. It looked as if lights were on in the house. Lights? No. With horror he realized that it wasn't electricity but fire. "What am I supposed to do?" he agonized. "What can I do? Where's Washington? Why isn't he back?" And then he saw the light wavering unsteadily towards him. Washington. He jumped out of the shelter and ran across the sticky blacktop, sensing the heat through his sneakers. "She's heavy," Washington panted. "Grab her legs." Sharing the burden, they hurried back to the shelter. Richard climbed down first, easing his mother through the opening. He took her dead weight into his arms, then backed down the remaining steps. Washington sucked in his breath as if he were crying with exhaustion. Richard heard the metal cover clang shut just as he dropped his mother onto the cot. She cried out. She was alive. Taking one of the candles, he held it close to her, and his eyes blurred with tears. Her arms and legs, exposed because she'd been wearing shorts and a shirt without sleeves, were red and blistered. Even her face seemed distorted, with brows and lashes gone. She opened her eyes, focused on his face, and smiled a strange grimace of a smile. "Hello, darling," she whispered. And then, with a sigh, "Thank God you're okay." Number 6. Richard touched his arm and nodded for him to come away. He followed his brother to a corner of the room, leaving Stacey offering water to his mother at the bed. "It's horrible out there," Richard whispered, shuddering. He put one hand over his twitching eye, and Washington started when he saw the burns. "I found her in the kitchen, on the floor. Must have been fixing supper, I guess. A gas line might have exploded." He paused and shook his head. "I pulled her outside and got the hose but..." His voice quavered. After a minute or so, the water just quit coming. Richard looked so drawn, so wilted, as if he no longer had the energy to go on, nor the will. For a moment Washington, too, felt the hopelessness, but then he thought, "We're alive. We're together." In a voice that projected calmer than he felt, he said, "Get out of those clothes, Richard." He started unbuttoning his brother's shirt. "They may be contaminated. We've got ski pants and stuff in the camping gear, even hiking boots. I'll get 'em." "Wait." Richard put a hand on his arm as he turned away. "What'll we do? She needs help." Washington was so used to his brother planning for them, telling them what to think and do next, that for a second, he stopped in shock. Then he said, "We'll get her to the hospital." He watched Richard closely for signs of disapproval. His brother shook his head and slumped wearily against the wall, covering his eyes with his hands. "There's more." "What?" he asked sharply. "I could see LA, you know. Fires. Everywhere. Washington sucked in his breath and glanced back to see if Stacey heard. "What happening?" his mother moaned. "We've got to get Mom to a doctor. The hospital's at least a mile away. Can we use the car?" "Nope. Driveway's blocked." Richard withdrew his hands, his eyes were bloodshot. "That big OL pine, the one in the Del Carlos yard fell right across the driveway. It must be like that everywhere. We'd never get through." Richard slid down the wall and settled on the floor, pressing hands against his stomach, eyes closed. Washington knelt and began unlacing his brother's shoes. "Get with it, Richard. Take that shirt off, and let's get rid of these pants. I'll get the clean clothes." His mind raced as he dumped the contents of the backpack on one of the cots and grabbed at clothes for Washington. What should he do first? He had to get Washington fixed up so they could plan together, work together to help their mom. He'd glanced at her as he passed and had nearly thrown up. Her whole body seemed rigid in some superhuman effort to control pain. She moaned softly. He grabbed the first aid box and dumped half the contents out in his clumsy fumbling until he found the bottle of painkillers. Was it safe to give one to her? Should she even be given water? Shouldn't he be bandaging the burns, putting anything on them? God, what the hell did he know about first aid? "Give her these," he said, turning to Stacey. "How many?" She took the bottle. "I don't know. It says 2, but that's for headaches and stuff." 3. 4. "Let's try her on 4. "I think you're supposed to put ice water on burns," Stacey said softly. They gazed at each other for a long second, and Washington's throat contracted. Now, where in God's name were they going to get any ice? The 5-gallon jug of water was lukewarm. Where could he get ice? He turned away, grabbed the boots, wool shirt, and ski pants, and came back to Washington. "Here," he said coarsely. "Get into these and I'll get rid of yours." He lifted the heap of clothes gingerly, worrying that Washington might have brought radiation into the room, and they'd all be contaminated. Didn't nuclear bombs always irradiate people? Quickly he scaled the ladder, lifted up the hatch, and hurled the clothes as far away as he could. I think I'm..." Washington began to gag. Wait. "Don't!" Richard cried. He ran for the nearest container, meaning to hold it under his brother's chin. But it was too late. Washington heaved and retched and vomited up half his guts, mostly over himself and the floor, as Richard stood over him, revolted and helpless. "God damn you, Washington," he cried. "Couldn't you have just held back? You've stunk up the whole place." He rushed back to the cot and snatched up an old shirt to wipe up the mess. Stacey hurried over with a towel. "Look at that. Macaroni and cheese, all over the place. Yuck." When he noticed the stricken look on his brother's face, he said, "All right, so it could have been worse." He tried to make light of it, but his heart was pounding. At least it wasn't spaghetti or pizza. They'd both eaten the same thing for lunch, and he wasn't sick. What was wrong with Washington? Radiation sickness? Could that come on so soon after exposure? On the other hand, Washington was prone to stomach trouble, wasn't he? What about last week, the night before the chemistry exam, when he'd thrown up most of the night? "Here, Washington," Stacey said. "Rinse your mouth with this." She held a paper cup to Washington's lips. Her hand trembled. Damn, Richard thought, backing away, wanting to puke himself from the smell. "Why'd you go and get sick now? How can you do that to us?" He yanked a plastic bag out of a backpack and dumped the contents of the pot into it along with the foul-smelling clothes he'd used to clean up Washington's mess, then sat on the bed opposite his mother, holding the bag between his legs. "What do I do?" he asked himself silently. "Tell me what to do, God." But then he realized such thoughts were pointless. If there really was a nuclear attack, God would be too busy elsewhere to look in on him. Whatever happened would be up to him and Washington now, not God. With Washington sick, that left him only him and Stacey. He shivered at the thought. Stacey dropped down on the cot beside him. He's asleep. I just left him sitting there, but he looks like hell. And your mom? We've got get help. My parents. My sister. I want to go home. Her voice broke. It's dark out there. The roads are blocked. I'm not Superman. She lowered her head and started to cry quietly. I'm sorry. He touched her head for a second, then jumped to his feet as he thought of the Del Carlos. The neighbors. Maybe Mr. Del Carlo can help. Maybe the road's clear below his house. Wishful thinking, yes, but for the moment the bright possibility spurred him to action. Climbing out of the shelter, he envisioned the elderly next-door neighbor greeting him at the door, hearing his plea, rushing to help. He'd drive his car up the road, help him carry out his mother and Washington, and in no time, they'd be on their way to the hospital. Why, they might even drop off Stacey at her house. But as soon as he stood upright on the blacktop, he knew he'd been lying to himself. Washington, the pessimist, had described less horror than now met his eyes. The sky was bright, bright with distant fires. Before him, the house that had once been home leaked flames from every opening. The electrical smell he'd noticed earlier was now overwhelmed by the acrid smoke of burning things. How long would it be before smoke filled the shelter? He covered his nose and ran to the wall separating their property from the neighbors. He leaped over the brick, dropped into the yard below, then ran to the back door. Mr. Del Carlo. Mrs. Del Carlo, he shouted, pounding on the wood. For an instant he visualized the last time he'd seen their neighbor. Some high school kids, celebrating graduation, had TP'd the shrubs and trees on the Del Carlo's front lawn. He and Washington had cleared the mess of toilet paper, at their mother's urging, and Mr. Del Carlo had brought over a box of his wife's freshly baked biscotti. When there was no response, he ran around to the front door, ringing the bell and banging the door knocker. Come on. Come on, oh, please, come on, he urged aloud, pounding on the door with his fists. He stopped and desperately looked around for another place to go. Across the road was a big field cleared just last week for a new housing project. The trees, which used to block the view into Pasadena, had been cut down, so he could now see where his father would be, except that the darkness of rising smoke blocked the normally pristine view. He turned back, lifted the flashlight, and with only a moment's guilty hesitation, brought it down on the cracked glass panel beside the front door, shattering it with the third blow. Reaching around, he found the knob, opened the door, and went in. Mr. Del Carlo, he shouted, feeling like a vandal, ready to explain and apologize, if only they were here. But what if they weren't? Or what if they were here and were hurt? He flipped a switch, but no light came on. He played his beam around the entry hall. Pictures hung askew, and a chair had fallen over. Shards of glass crackled underfoot from a fallen china closet. But, in one corner, a grandfather clock still ticked as if the world were normal. He moved on to the next room. Mr. Del Carlo. Mrs. Del Carlo, he called again and again. His throat was aching with the need to cry. In the kitchen he found cans and broken dishes all over the counters and floors. He cried out at the sight of the wall phone. He ran to it and plucked the receiver from its hook while he played the light on the wall to find the emergency numbers posted there. With special care he punched the buttons for the fire department, then put the receiver to his ear. The phone was stone cold dead. No, he cried aloud. No. For a moment he stayed motionless in the big, tilted room, biting his thumb and staring at the phone. The house was so still, so deadly still. He couldn't shake a horribly eerie sense that the Del Carlos were dead, that everyone in the world, except him and the others in the shelter was dead. His skin crawled with a dread of what he might find in the next room, or the next. "I don't like this," he cried. "I don't like this at all." He thought of running back to the shelter. There, at least, were people, living people. They had food, some water, medical supplies, and even if the ventilation system failed, they might survive. Maybe he should just pack them all up and get out over the mountains. They had camping equipment, food, a stove. But how, with his mother the way she was? He forced himself to move, to go on from room to room, growing more uneasy with each step. "Please, God, I need them. Let them be here, alive," he begged silently. But the house seemed empty. Aimlessly he retraced his steps, wandering from room to room while trying to think about what to do. If he returned to the shelter, he'd have to watch his mother die without being able to do a thing. If he moved on down the block, maybe he could get help, but would there be any? Or would each house have its own problems trying to care for their own wounded, trying to extinguish their own fires? Was it possible he and Stacey could move his mother here, without Washington's help? Would it be safer here than in the shelter? Just as he was leaving the kitchen, still undecided, he noticed a door slightly ajar. A basement. With renewed energy he threw open the door and ran down the narrow stairs. The basement had been partitioned into cubicles. In one space he found a workshop, another was a storage space. In still another the walls were lined with clay pipes containing bottles. As he threw open the last door his throat clogged with disappointment. And then he saw them. Mrs. Del Carlo. In the bright flicker of a large candelabrum, he saw the elderly neighbor bent over her husband, who was lying on an old couch. She was almost deaf, and she didn't hear Richard until he was almost upon her. "Oh," she exclaimed, turning. Her eyes were wide, and her hand clutched at her throat. He backed away and switched the flashlight off. "I'm sorry. I really am sorry. I'm so glad to find you," he babbled. "I was scared you were. You've got to help. My mom's burned. Washington's sick. Tony's hurt. He broke something. He's in awful pain. Oh, please do something." Do something? What could he do? He took a deep breath and bent over Mr. Del Carlo, touching his forehead the way his mother always touched his when he was sick. His hand came away wet and cold. He shuddered. Was the old man dead? And then he noticed how the leg stuck out at a funny angle. How did it happen? He fell, coming down the steps. "I didn't want to come down here. I told him." Mrs. Del Carlo cried. "He needs a doctor. Please, child. Go upstairs. There's a phone in the kitchen with Dr. Holt's name right next to it. Laura. Stop fussing." Mr. Del Carlo's blue eyes opened, and he focused on Richard. "You Richard? Or Washington? Your mother's always." He stopped and took a deep breath. "I'm Richard." "Yeah, well. I'm sorry your mother. I'd help if." His eyes closed again, and his forehead beaded with sweat. "Tony. Tony. We've got to get a doctor." Mrs. Del Carlo cried. Her husband took another deep breath, then opened his eyes again. "Holt, if he's still alive, we'll go straight to the hospital. He's not going to make house calls." Richard started to giggle, unable to stop until Mr. Del Carlo put a hand on his arm. "How strong are you, son?" Richard wiped his eyes. Washington could bench press 60 pounds, he worked out regularly with weights. Washington was the strong one, not him. He shrugged. "What the hell? We'll soon see." He turned to his wife. "Laura, be a good girl and get me a nice bottle of wine. I'm gonna need it." "Wine? What are you talking about? What do you mean drinking wine at a time like this? Damn it, Laura. Just do it. Mrs. Del Carlo rose uncertainly. Richard handed her the flashlight, and she left the room, glancing back uneasily. As soon as she had left, Mr. Del Carlo took Richard's hand and squeezed hard. I think I've dislocated something. I want you to grab my leg and turn it to the left, as hard and as quick as you know how. Richard tried to pull away, but Mr. Del Carlo held his arm. Now don't let me down, kid. From what your mother says, you've got a lot of guts, running like you do and all that. The trick is to put out of your mind anything else, just like when you're running. Just ignore me if I cry out. Don't listen to Laura, she'll scream for damn sure. Just grab it and pull. He regarded Richard intently. Richard's hands began to sweat. He thought of his brother, Stacey, and his mother in the shelter. They must be worrying, wondering what had happened to him. He had to get back. I can't. It'll hurt you. It'll hurt worse if you don't. Richard. He lowered his eyes and then nodded. Good. Then maybe I can help you. Now do it, before Laura comes back and starts screaming her head off. Richard took a deep breath, positioned himself to get a firm grip on the oddly turned leg, then shut his eyes. What if he pulled wrong and only ended up making it worse? He opened his eyes and focused firmly on the pain-drenched face of the old man. Ready? He asked, heart racing. Ready. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Number 7, bring M here, Mr. Del Carlo had advised. Maybe the fire will pass over. The house is brick. We've got a new tile roof. If we hole up in the basement, we might get through this awful mess and get him in the morning. Richard had felt joy and relief that he had someone to tell him what to do next, that they could come back to this safe haven where the grandfather clock still ticked, as if the world were still normal. But now, as he stood at the back door carrying a soaking wet bed sheet that Mr. Del Carlo thought might serve as a makeshift stretcher, he drew back. Outside, the wind roared, and big, red ashes soared by. The dry brush on the hill at the end of the street would surely catch, too, if it hadn't already. Even inside, smoke from the fires burned his nose and eyes. Mr. Del Carlo, who had leaned heavily on Richard as they climbed the basement stairs, now stood beside him. Go on, he ordered. Hurry. I'll be waiting when you bring them out. Holding a wet towel over his nose and mouth, he opened the door and ran. In a moment he was at the wall. He hoisted himself over and raced over the hot, sticky blacktop to the shelter entrance. He pulled at the metal cover, cried out as it seared his hand, then quickly let himself down the ladder into the tiny room. Richard. Stacey rushed to his side. I was so scared, I thought you might not come back. It's hard to breathe. It's so hot. We're bugging out, he announced. Washington. Washington. He shook his brother awake. Come on, get yourself up. We're moving to the Del Carlos. How's Mom? He called over his shoulder to Stacey. Washington rose unsteadily to his feet, then bent over, hands clutching his stomach, and began to retch again. Oh, Washington. Richard turned to Stacey. It's up to us. We've got to get Mom onto this wet sheet and up that ladder. We've got to get out of here. He started to cough. Between spasms he barked, Washington, come on. Help us. Can't. Washington mumbled, crumbling to the floor again. Damn you, get up. Richard yanked at his arm. You can throw up at the Del Carlos. Get your ass up. Slowly his brother forced himself up and turned bloodshot eyes, barely focused, on Richard. Now help me get Mom on this, then grab an end. If he could keep Washington going, he probably wouldn't notice how awful he felt. Stacey, be ready to pull the sheet under her. Come on, guys. In 5 minutes, we could be sitting in that nice cool basement next door drinking mint juleps. Stacey laughed, then began to cry as she shook out the wet sheet with Richard. He jumped as a burning cinder landed on his shirt and began to burn his shoulder. Smoke was making it harder to breathe. They were all coughing. "Tuck it under her a little," he said in as normal a tone as he could manage. Looking at his unconscious mother, so red and blistered, he fought back a wave of nausea. "Washington, let's get her up. Then Stacey can pull the sheet under her." Gingerly, with Washington at one end and himself on the other, they lifted their mother, and Stacey hurriedly pulled the rest of the sheet beneath her. "Richard," he cried in sudden anguish. "How do we do this?" When Mr. Del Carlo had thrust the sheet at him, he'd said only that it might make a good stretcher. Now he couldn't see how they'd hand her up the ladder in the thing. She'd just slide down to whoever was at the lower end. Should he just forget the sheet and try to carry her? Washington turned a twisted face, soiled with vomit, to Richard. He clamped a hand over his mouth and started to heave again, then quit. Weakly he said, "We'll wrap it around her and tie some big knots at the ends. You go first. Stacey can stay in the middle so she can help support her." "Right." Now, why hadn't he thought of that? Hands trembling, he nodded an end while Stacey did the other. Then, following Washington's instructions, he climbed halfway up the ladder. Crouching, he held onto a run with one hand and with the other reached down for the sheet knot. He could hear the wind raging above. He could feel the heat and smell the smoke. Too late, he realized they should have used whatever water was left to wet themselves down. "Lift!" Washington cried. "I am." She was so heavy, and he was so skinny. His strength was in running, not in lifting. His arms were long and thin. "A scholar's body," his mom had once said, trying to ease his self-contempt. "You're not a jock, neither is your dad. Lift." Washington repeated. "Go on, move. Quit standing there." He was trying, damn it. He clenched his lips, hating his brother. If Washington was so smart, so strong, why wasn't he up here? Didn't he realize that he didn't dare let go of the rung to move up, or he'd fall, pulled back by mom's weight? "Stacey, lift!" Washington commanded. In the moment that she gave support, Richard was able to pull the knot so that he could grasp the rung, too, freeing his other hand to move up a step. And so, step by agonizing step, he finally reached the top. He knelt on the ground, the heat scorching a hole in his jeans. Trying to keep the sheet from touching the metal rim of the entrance hole, hearing steam hiss each time the wet sheet made contact, he pulled out his mom. At last Stacey emerged, and then Washington. And then the three of them, supporting the heavy, sheet-wrapped burden, ran across the remaining ground to the wall. There Mr. Del Carlo waited with a ladder set in place to help hand them down. The moment Richard re-entered the house, he began breathing more easily. In the normalcy of the almost unblemished home, the horrors of outside seemed unreal. In the light of Mr. Del Carlo's lantern he saw ornately framed paintings, old-world tapestries, and rosewood cabinets filled with porcelain and china figurines. Here there were people to help, there was a sense of order and calm. He let himself feel the exhaustion he'd dismissed, wanting only to collapse somewhere and sleep, leaving the others in the capable hands of grown-ups. They moved immediately to the basement. In his brief absence, the Del Carlos had gathered towels and blankets, bandages and ointments, even cans of juice and a platter of cookies from an upstairs freezer. He helped lower his mother to the old couch, then let Mrs. Del Carlo take over. She gently unwrapped the sheet, then gasped and turned away as tears sprang to her eyes. But before long she was applying ice cubes, with Stacey's help, to the painful burns. Richard dropped wearily onto an old packing crate while Washington went off with Mr. Del Carlo to find a bathroom. He couldn't believe it, everything seemed so normal. They could live comfortably in a place like this, if it didn't burn. There was food upstairs, and they could bring down mattresses. If they ran out of canned or bottled drinks, they might even drain the hot water heater. They were probably safe, at least for tonight. As soon as the fire passed over and subsided, he would leave to seek help. "Well," Mr. Del Carlo said, hobbling back, flashlight in hand. "Your brother seems pretty sick. We'd better get some fluids in him soon, or he'll become dehydrated, run a fever." "Mr. Del Carlo, what happened? Do you know? We didn't have a radio in the clubhouse." "A radio? Oh, yes. I found one while you were gone. I got so busy, I forgot to see if it works." He dug into his back pocket for a small transistor radio and switched it on. All Richard heard was static at first. Mr. Del Carlo slowly turned the station dial to and fro until an indistinct voice came on over the static. "Message is transmitted at the request of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. At 3:40 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, a nuclear bomb has exploded somewhere in the Los Angeles region. This bombing, an apparent singularity, is not, repeat not, believed to be the hostile act of a foreign power. President Reagan will shortly be speaking on all television and radio stations. All TV and radio stations in the United States will now cease their regular programming to carry this special message from the President and to report on the news of this incident. For now, shelter in place. If you have a basement or windowless room, take shelter there. Persons in unprotected areas are advised to seek shelter immediately. If neither option is available, cover broken windows where possible and pull drapes. If your home is on fire, take cover anywhere you can. Remain calm. Shelter in place until further." They listened as the message faded away, then Mr. Del Carlo turned the radio off. For a long moment they just stared at each other. Richard thought of what he'd read about Hiroshima. But that had been a 10-kiloton bomb. Today, people spoke in terms of 1 megaton, which was 50 to 100 times the strength of the Hiroshima bomb, even 10 to 20 megatons. He shivered. Was the whole country on fire, the whole world? Was this where their lives would end, in this basement? "Richard," Stacey called from across the room. "Your mother wants you." In a dreamlike state he rose and crossed the room to stand before his mother. Her lobster red color was now a bright pink. She put out her hand to him. "Hi, honey." "Hi, Mom," he said, swallowing tears. "Did you burn your shoulder?" "It's nothing. How do you feel?" "Fine." "Where's Washington?" "In the bathroom. Got stomach trouble, you know him." Was that a nuclear bomb?" Richard nodded. "Oh, God. It's okay, Mom. We're safe here, and as soon as the fire burns down we'll get you to a hospital." He didn't say how worried he was that the heat might melt the Del Carlos metal garage door, making it impossible to get the car out. Or that the car itself might explode. "Just hold on, Mom. George, oh, God, George." She turned her face away. "Dad will be fine, Mom. I don't think they got it any worse in Pasadena than we did here. We'll try to reach him tomorrow. It's a homemade bomb, I just know it." "I know it." She spoke with effort. "The development of nuclear weapons isn't cutting-edge science, it's not even as complicated as people think. All it takes is one capable person, and the atomic bomb is 1940s technology. The greatest danger is the great discovery, the knowledge you just can't unlearn." She started to cry. Richard squeezed her hand, not knowing what to say. Then he bent and kissed her swollen face before turning away. It seemed a long time since Washington had left, so Richard went in search of him. He knocked at the bathroom door, calling his brother's name. "Leave me alone," Washington answered. "Go away." "Washington? Can I help? Can I get you anything? Black coffee? Mom says it settles." He could hear Washington retching again, then panting and crying. He felt so helpless standing there, listening. If only he'd gone out to bring their mother back or at least offered to help. Maybe Washington wouldn't be so sick now. He waited at the closed door a long while, calling, but all his brother replied was, "Go away so I can die." "Stacey and I will bring down some mattresses," he told Mr. Del Carlo. "Washington's gonna need some sleep, and Mrs. Del Carlo looks pretty done in." "Good idea. I'll give you a hand." The old man rose to his feet, but the bad leg gave under him. Richard helped him up. "It's okay. We can manage. We'll just slide the mattresses along and push them down the stairs." "Stacey, let's go." Stacey didn't answer. She just followed him and did what he said. When they had slid 3 mattresses down the stairs, Alexei led the way back to the kitchen and began checking cupboards. "See what's in the fridge, Stacey. Get a bag and bring down anything edible. Oh, here's the coffee for Washington." He turned around to find Stacey staring with wide-eyed horror out the window. "Don't," he said. "We're safe here. What's happening to my mom, my sister? Maybe my mother's been burned, and who's helping her? I want to go home." "You can't. You know you can't. We'll all die. There'll be radiation, and the water will be contaminated, and everything will be burned up, and," she went on, hysterically listing all her fears. "Stacey," Richard said, reaching awkwardly to hold her. "Stacey, don't." The man on the radio said it wasn't the act of a foreign power, that it was only one. If it was all-out war, I think everybody'd be dead, us included. He hadn't realized he'd thought that until the moment he said it. "Come on, don't look. The fire seems worse because of the wines. It'll pass over." He hurriedly stuffed whatever he thought they might use into a bag and, with one arm around her, guided her back downstairs. They were greeted by Mr. Del Carlo's elated voice. "Come here, listen." From the radio came a new voice. "This is the emergency broadcast system, broadcasting from KKG 69 in Fresno, California. The nuclear bomb that exploded in Los Angeles was likely a Hiroshima Fat Man class bomb, with a yield in the 1823 kiloton range. We have not yet assessed the damage yet, but it is known that the ground-level explosion occurred approximately 1 mile north of downtown Los Angeles. Experts say there is little hope of survivors within a 5-mile radius of ground zero, and that major damage from the blast and fire extends to at least 20 miles. We repeat from earlier broadcasts, shelter in place until. One moment please." There was static and an indistinct voice in the background. Then another voice came on the air, a more familiar voice, the voice of Ronald Wilson Reagan, 40th President of the United States. "My fellow Americans, it is my sad duty to inform you that the bomb, so to speak, has dropped. Southern California has today been reduced to a radioactive no man's land. While the extent of damage to the state is still uncertain, and will probably remain so for some time, preliminary analyses have revealed that this was a ground-side explosion as opposed to an airburst, such as would be expected from a Soviet-launched ICBM. The principal site, or ground zero, of the explosion is believed to be in the San Fernando Valley, in North Los Angeles. Many of you may be wondering if we are dealing with international terrorists. We are not. None of the usual suspects overseas, Muammar Gaddafi, in particular, have claimed responsibility. That possibility has been safely ruled out. I'm embarrassed to say this, but, if anything, this is looking more like a criminal act. According to an FBI memo I read some hours after the explosion, actress Jodie Foster received a letter from a man, John W. Hinckley Jr., professing his love for her. In the last few paragraphs of this letter, Mr. Hinckley tells her that he is indeed in possession of a homebrew nuclear device and, quote, will kill a city, if necessary, unquote, to impress her. According to Miss Foster, over the past 7 months he's left her dozens of poems, letters, and love messages in an effort to compel her to take an interest in him. Normally, we would dismiss such things as mere lunatic ravings. But I am told that enclosed with them were bizarre drawings, diagrams that at first were assumed to be plans for a radio, or some other kind of communications device. These have now been identified as a schematic for a compact nuclear bomb. We assumed that this was his way of showing off to her, showing her that he could and would do as he was proposing. We know very little at this time about Mr. Hinkley himself, or how he was able to obtain the money and materials he needed to make this bomb. We do know that his obsession, his motive for perpetrating this terrible crime, began after he saw Ms. Foster star in a 1976 movie entitled Taxi Driver. She played a teenage prostitute named Iris. That's it? Mrs. Del Carlo cried. All this because of a madman's obsession with a young movie starlet. Let's all pray that they catch this Hinkley fellow before he blows up more than just LA, Mr. Del Carlo replied bitterly. Remember that stolen plutonium they mentioned on the radio some days ago? I'd bet dollars to cannolis he's the guy who did that. Will they catch him, Mr. Del Carlo? Richard held his breath, waiting for the answer. The elderly man stared for a long moment at him before saying, I think so. More than likely the FBI's launched a nationwide dragnet to catch this joker before he can do any more harm. The Attorney General's a good man, I hear. Stacey, do you understand now? It's just LA. It's not even the Russians, just some guy that cooked up his own nuke. That means we'll get help soon. Mom. Did you hear? Richard ran to his mother's side and repeated what they'd heard, then he rushed to find Washington. Washington was leaning against the door of the bathroom, too weak to move. Richard put Washington's arm around his shoulder and said, Lean on me. Come on. Slowly he walked his brother to the other room where he lowered him to one of the mattresses, then found a blanket and covered him. He smelled awful. He looked awful. Richard wished he could think what to do for him, but the only thing he could think was to get him strong, hot coffee. He'd ask Mr. Del Carlo how to get water from the hot water heater. It was the least he could do, the only thing he could think to do. How much longer before dawn? How long before it was safe to go out for help? It was already well after midnight. He hadn't had food or water or rest, but he wasn't hungry or thirsty or even tired. Washington had always kidded Richard about his endurance, about his indifference to mess and discomfort, except that he'd always made it sound kind of freaky. Now he was glad he could hang in there and put up with all this mess. He looked around. Mrs. Del Carlo had curled up on one of the mattresses and gone to sleep. Stacey lay on the third mattress, staring up at the ceiling. Mr. Del Carlo, looking frail and all of his 80 years, huddled in an old easy chair, chin on his chest. Richard pulled a chair to a spot near his mom and sat down. In the flickering candlelight he watched her, now and then applying water from the melted cubes to the most inflamed skin. He had grown used to the smell of smoke, and now the vomit and excrement, and to the faint banshee wails that came from the outside world. He thought of his dad, in his lab at the university, or maybe in his car, on the way home when John Hinkley Jr.'s bomb exploded. He thought of waking up in the morning and looking over the valley to the green hills across the way. What would it all be like this morning when if the smoke cleared? Number 8 he dreamed. In sleep he was back home at the dinner table with his parents and Washington. Washington, as always, was doing most of the talking. Bored with his brother's voice, with his always knowing everything, having opinions about everything, he asked his father a question. In the dream it wasn't clear what, the words seemed jumbled, unrelated, yet must have meant something. The answer, as in life, as in dreams before, was directed to Washington. When he saw how it was going, he tuned out, diddling with the whipped potatoes on his plate, thinking about his guitar, about Stacey, about winning the next track meet. You asked a question, and you didn't even listen to the answer, his father exclaimed, bringing him out of his reverie abruptly. What do you think of Washington's suggestion? 3 pairs of eyes focused on him. 3 pairs of ears waited for an answer. He smiled with self-consciousness at being so suddenly noticed, and the words that he spoke made no sense at all. Now, as he woke up, he felt a moment's confusion. Where was he? Why did the place reek of smoke, even taste of it? Why was he sleeping sitting up? And then he remembered. He squeezed his arms around his aching middle and looked around. The candles had burned down, and the only light was that of the kerosene lamp. He saw the 3 mattresses on which lay his brother, Stacey, and Mrs. Del Carlo. Mr. Del Carlo sat curled in a ball on the old stuffed chair. When he raised the lamp to look down on his mother, he saw her eyes following him. "Water," she murmured. She swallowed with difficulty. He hurried to the table and poured a glass of now tepid water, then gently raised her head and helped her drink. Until that moment he hadn't realized how much hair she had lost. Most of her bangs had been burned to a cinched fringe well above her forehead. His stomach churned as he saw the oozing burns on her arms and legs, and his heart sank. He must get help now, no matter what it was like outside. He moved to Washington's side, crouched down, and touched his forehead. Hot, terribly hot. When Richard wet a cloth and held it to his brother's face, Washington stirred, opened his eyes, and moaned. "Sorry, Richard, I'm truly sorry. Just can't. All right, Washington, all right. Just rest. I'll be back in an hour with the paramedics. Mr. Del Carlo." He shook the elderly man awake and whispered, "I'm going out. The fires should have died down now. I'll try to get to the hospital. It's just a little over a mile. I'll bring help." "Not so fast, boy." Mr. Del Carlo rose slowly, testing the strength in his legs. "Turn on the radio, find out what's new. I'll go check my car. If we can get it out, I'll help you get your mother and Washington in. Can you drive?" "Well, sort of. The roads may be blocked, but maybe not." Mr. Del Carlo disappeared to see about his car, and Richard turned the radio on low. Stacey awoke and sat up. She seemed dazed at first, but then she reached out to check Washington before joining Richard. "He's got a fever." "How's your mom?" "She's bad and getting worse. Mr. Del Carlo's gone to see about the car." "SSSSSH." He held up a hand as a voice came through. "Of the National Guard have been activated, and all state and local agencies not immediately affected by the bomb are mobilizing to help the victims of this horrible tragedy. Please remain in your home or shelter. Radiation levels are being monitored. Help is on the way." Pause. "This just in, FBI agents currently have a young woman in custody, an employee of the Bettis Atomic Power Laboratory who has admitted to helping John Hinkley Jr. steal plutonium from the facility. Help is on the way." Stacey repeated joyously. "On the way could be 2, 3, maybe even 4 days, girl," Mr. Del Carlo said, returning to the room. "Damn garage door's stuck, welded to the frame. You'll have to get help without the car." "I'm going with you," Stacey said. "I've got to see about my family." "Not without something to eat and drink, you don't. Wait here while I get some old raincoats and boots. You'll have to cover yourselves up as well." As Richard gulped the juice and devoured the cheese and bread he'd brought downstairs last night, he realized he hadn't eaten since noon yesterday. Yesterday. How long ago it seemed, and how unimportant all those silly worries about the math test, Washington's impatience with him, displeasing the track coach. Now he thought about his father. He could be buried under a building for all Richard knew. If he was in the car when the blast came, he could have been blown off the freeway. He didn't even want to think about what might be. It was easier to just get out of the house and do something. "Maybe your girlfriend should stay," Mr. Del Carlo said when he looked out the front door. The air was gray, as if a great fog had settled over the street, except the fog was smoke. Richard didn't look at Stacey or correct the old man. "Stacey? Maybe you should stay. I can check your house and tell them you're okay." "No," she said without hesitation. "I'm going." She buttoned Mrs. Del Carlo's flowered plastic coat around her slender body and tied the sash. "Let's go." He was glad she was coming. It looked so scary outside. The neighborhood he'd known was gone. It had been replaced by some dark, insane netherworld. Somehow, it wouldn't seem so creepy with her along. "We'll be fine," he assured Mr. Del Carlo. "Stacey's tough. She's on the drill team. I'm sure you'll both be fine, but watch yourselves, kids. It's extremely dangerous out there now." He touched each of them affectionately, then stepped aside. As they walked to the road, Richard couldn't resist glancing above to where his home should be, but in the smoky air anything more than 10 feet away was lost. "Wait here, Stacey. I want to see if the house." "Where you go, I go." She took his hand. Cautiously they moved up the street, past the fallen tree, a smoldering skeleton now, to the home his mom and dad had bought after years of looking, the home they had put most of their savings into. Stacey gasped. "Oh, Richard." Richard swallowed the hard lump in his throat. Hardly anything remained, except part of the outer walls. All his records and baseball cards, all of Washington's books, the piano, gone. "Man," he said abruptly. "They're just things." As they moved on down the street a dozen other losses flooded his mind, their clothes, all that made his life comfortable, all the family photos. He wiped the back of his hand across his eyes, gripped Stacey's hand harder, and turned away. In the gray gloom, which smelled so strongly of smoke, he glimpsed power poles leaning away from the blast, their wires sagging. The beautiful old trees that had made their street so special, stood bare, skeletons. Across the street the fire hydrant, broken at its base, spouted water. The home downhill from the Del Carlos had burned, and the one beyond that, too. Should they stop and search for survivors, or would their owners have risked fallout and scurried, like rats, to the next home and the next? Where had the fire stopped? Had the whole of La Canada gone up in flames, except for those rare houses made of brick, roofed with tile, like the Del Carlos? The road lay thick with cinders and debris, and for a moment Richard worried about radioactivity. But then he had a reassuring thought. When the bomb exploded, the Santa Anas had been blowing, pushing desert air towards the Pacific Ocean. Though the fire at home was due to a gas line bursting, it had been caused by the blast, rather than the direct heat of the explosion. Maybe, then, all these ashes might be clean. "Oh, my God!" Stacey cried at each new horror. "Mom! Bridget! What could have happened to them? Hurry!" After they had walked a block, Stacey's hand tightened suddenly in his, then she pointed and shrieked. Before he could stop her, she broke into a run. "Jared! Jared!" she cried, falling to her knees before a hill of burned leaves and tree branches, under which he glimpsed a dog's head. "Oh, Jared!" Stacey's dog had often jumped the 6-foot backyard fence and come up to their house in search of her. Richard put a hand to his mouth and stifled an urge to puke. Jared's eye sockets were empty, his fur singed. "Stacey, get up," he cried roughly. He yanked her to her feet, frightened by the wide-eyed horror in her eyes and her awful, endless screaming. She tried to pull out of his grasp, but he held her firm, hugging her tight until the screams subsided into sobs. "Now listen," he said. "I told Mr. Del Carlo you were a tough cookie, so don't go making a liar out of me." Tears burned his throat. She continued sobbing, her face in his shoulder, as if she hadn't heard. "Jared's dead," he went on, "but you're alive, and so am I and Washington and the Del Carlos. Now quit crying and help me find your family." The assurance in his tone, an assurance he didn't feel himself, considering what they'd seen so far, seemed to impress Stacey. She pulled herself together at last, took one final look at Jared, then took his hand again. They started off at a quick pace. Richard urged her along, wondering with each step if they'd find anything else alive. It was so eerily silent for this time of morning. No dogs barking or cars swishing by on the highway. No birds singing on the power lines. He'd seen no one and had been unwilling to investigate an overturned Camaro, thrown up on a blackened lawn. On Vista del Valle his heart pounded as he heard the first normal sound, a car engine firing up. Stacey cried out joyfully and together they ran towards it. Richard recognized the woman at the wheel of the brown Accord as a young mother who often waved to him when he was out running. He ran along beside the car while it rolled backwards, pounding on the window. It seemed as if the woman didn't want to see or hear him. "Please," he yelled, "we need help." At last, she stopped and rolled down the window a crack. "What do you want?" She looked years older than he remembered. Her eyes were red, her face filthy with soot. "Go away. Here. Get the hell away from me. See, I've got a house full of strangers, burned, bleeding, sick people. We have no water, no drugs, I've got my own to worry about. I can't help you." It was then he noticed the small child slumped in the seat beside the woman. "Yes, you can," he cried. "I'm going to the hospital, too. And Stacey needs to get home. It's right on the way." The woman considered for only an instant, then rolled up the window and backed away on the double, mumbling something he couldn't hear. "We'll find someone else," Richard said. "If she's alive, if her car works, there'll be others. Let's go." He took Stacey's arm and they returned to the road. Not all the homes along the way had burned down. Some had stood up well, with only broken windows and fallen trees. He guessed the streets were empty due to the radio warnings. The few people he saw carried others or hurried from house to house. At the main road they came upon a tangle of buses, cars, and trucks turned every which way, some still smoldering. The road would be impassable for days. If it was this way here, it must be just as bad everywhere. It would take an army of tow trucks to clear the roads so firemen and paramedics could get through. The brown Accord had been abandoned, and the young lady they had last spoken to was running downhill, the child in her arms. He looked up as he heard the sudden flutter of helicopter blades off in the distance. The powerful, wonderful sound came closer. He scanned the smoke-filled sky but couldn't see anything. Still, the sound got his hopes up. Once he got to the hospital and told them the situation, they'd surely send a chopper to pick up Mom and Washington. But Stacey chided him when he voiced his hopes. "If you can't see them, what do you think they can see? They can't land where they can't see." "Hadn't thought of that," he answered lamely. She'd used that same tone Washington so often used when Richard had offered some half-baked thought. "Besides," she added, picking her way over broken glass and roof shingles, "with so many people hurt, it could be days before they'd get to them." He stopped short. "Then what am I doing going to the hospital? I've got to get back there and find something, I don't know, a sled, a wheelbarrow, something to move them in." His voice broke. "I can't leave my mom like that. She'll die." He turned and started to run back in the direction they had come. "Richard, wait. Wait." Stacey came after him. She grabbed his arm, but he moved on, dragging her. "Please come with me. My mom might be buried under the house. She could be burned just like your mom. Please. I helped you. Help me." "I can't, Stacey. I want to, but I can't," he said, still moving. "It's just another block. Please." She began to cry. "If you come with me now, I'll go back with you, if my mom and Stacey are okay." She began hitting him. "Stop. I can't stand it. Don't you realize? My dad works downtown. All I've got is Mom and Bridget. He paused, torn between her fears and his own family's needs. They were wasting so much time. How much longer could his mother go without medical help? And Washington? And what about his father? He thought about the young mother they'd met. She'd known her priorities. When the world was coming to an end, you didn't waste time on others. It was me first. Mine first. Damn, he said, turning back. All right. Come on. He began leaping over the obstacle course of debris with Stacey following. He supposed he was making a dumb decision again, that Washington wouldn't go off on a tangent like this in the same situation. Angry with himself, he yelled back at Stacey. Damn it, Wunkman. In a few minutes they managed to reach the back of Stacey's home by teetering around down trees, a power line that was sparking, and the ever-present soot and debris and burning embers. But her house was standing. Stacey came up behind him, panting. She pounded on the door, screaming, "Mama! Mama! Open up!" There was no answer. Richard moved around the house until he found a low window, its glass broken, through which they could enter. It was the dining room. The crystal chandelier lay in shards all around the room, and the china closet's contents littered the dining table and floor. Stacey cried out, then hurried onto the kitchen, calling. The kitchen, too, was a shambles, with most of the dishes and cans from cabinets strewn all over the floor. "Oh!" Stacey cried. "Where are they?" But a tour of all the rooms turned up nobody. Would she have gone somewhere? Left a note? Richard asked. Yes, maybe. But where? They searched in the kitchen rubble, kicking at the layers of mess until Richard found a sheet of paper half buried. He picked it up and handed it to Stacey. "They're in Burbank," she exclaimed, laying and crying at the same time. "With my grandmother. Look. Mom says to warm up the cheese enchiladas in the fridge for supper. She'll be back about 8. Biting her lip anxiously, she looked at Richard. "Is Burbank, how far is it from downtown?" "Pretty far," Richard said, though he didn't truly know. "Farther than we were from ground zero." "Oh. Thank God." Stacey's face broke into a brilliant smile. "Now I feel better. Let's go. Now I can stay with you and Washington and help your mom." They were on their way back for just a few minutes when it seemed as if the number of people in the streets had suddenly doubled, even tripled. Most of the people outdoors looked hurt or ill. They stumbled along downhill or were helped by others. Richard stopped a boy he recognized from high school. "What's up? Any news?" The boy was trying to maneuver a bicycle, on which his sister precariously perched, through a maze of debris. "Radio says the radiation danger isn't great. It's up high and drifting over the coastal cities. But they figure once the winds quit, that radiation cloud's gonna drift right back. 5-6 days, the fallout's gonna start coming down good. I gotta get Eliana to a hospital." He pushed on. "Yeah." Richard quickened his pace, pulling Stacey along. He had to get his mother and Washington to help fast. If the wounded started moving out of their shelters to the hospitals, pretty soon there'd be wall-to-wall bodies there. Then what kind of care could they get? "Number 9, we could make a stretcher," Mr. Del Carlo said, already on his feet and hobbling out of the room. "I was a builder, you know. Got all kinds of things laying around from past jobs." Richard had suggested using a wheelbarrow to carry his mother, but the thought of her falling out into the dirt and broken glass along the way made him discard that idea even as he voiced it. Did the Del Carlos even have a patio lounge? Maybe they could roll it downhill to the hospital. But even that idea wouldn't work. She'd be jostled and bumped. She'd be a mass of ooze and pain by the time they got her a block away. A stretcher. Good idea. It was Washington's voice behind him, weak yet firm. He'd stopped vomiting during the night and Mrs. Del Carlo's care aspirin and forced liquid had brought down his fever. "How do you feel, Washington?" Richard asked. "Like a wet dish rag." Washington forced a weak smile. "Don't worry. I don't think it's radiation. Probably that nervous stomach of mine, or I'd still be puking." He gave an embarrassed laugh. "He shouldn't be out of bed," Mrs. Del Carlo said. "He's dehydrated. That fever won't stay down." Mr. Del Carlo sighed. Ada, why don't you see what the children need to take with them?" He turned to Richard. "Boys, give me a hand here, will you? These poles will do fine." Richard helped pull two 8-foot-long poles from under a pile of lumber stacked on a shelf. "Put them on that workbench. Now where's that old tarp?" Mr. Del Carlo beamed the flashlight along the various shelves of building materials until he found what he wanted. "There. Take that down. It's heavy, there's likely 20, maybe 30 feet of the stuff, but that will be just the ticket." Richard couldn't quite visualize how the boards, rods, and tarp would all go together to make a stretcher, but he kept silent, unwilling to show his ignorance. He saw the light of comprehension already dawning in his brother's eyes as they unrolled the unwieldy canvas. "Oh, I get it," Washington said. "You'll cut the tarp so you have the grommets on one side and tie to one of the rods. But what about the other side? How will you secure that?" "Got a stapling gun." "Wish I did." "Then how?" "Oh. You're gonna roll the tarp over the rod, then nail those boards together with the tarp between." Washington's hand trembled, and perspiration dropped down one cheek. "Something like that," Mr. Del Carlo said. Something like that, Richard thought. It was so obvious, but he hadn't been able to see it. The cutting of the tarp took the longest time, but once done, Richard and Washington went at tying twine through the grommets while Mr. Del Carlo hammered the wood holding the tarp on the opposite side. Suddenly the emergency broadcast system began sending again. They all looked up. "This is the emergency broadcast system," the voice said. "All persons in coastal areas from Santa Barbara south to La Jolla are advised to shelter in place until further notice. Foothill residents may leave their homes, as the nuclear cloud is moving westward. Please assist your neighbors. State and federal assistance is being mobilized, but it may be 48 hours or more before it reaches your community. Damage is extensive. Roads and airfields are blocked or damaged. Until help comes, you must make every effort to extinguish your own fires and remove trees or other obstacles from roadways. Stay tuned for further information and instructions." "Boy, were we lucky," Washington said softly. "The winds must be carrying that nuclear cloud to sea. Thing bothering me is, what happens when the Santa Anas die down?" Mr. Del Carlo put down his hammer. "Just take it a minute at a time, son. That's all any of us can do. For now we've made a decent enough stretcher. Let's see how we can move your dear mother without hurting her too much. Then you can be on your way." Finally they stood together at the Del Carlo's front door, ready to leave. Mrs. Del Carlo hugged each of them as if she thought she'd never see them again, tears in her eyes. "If you can, let us know how it goes," Mr. Del Carlo said to Richard. "Take good care of yourselves." He put an arm around his wife and stepped aside. Richard took the lead, a stretcher pole in each hand. Behind him his mother lay, covered by a clean white sheet on the canvas. Stacey and Washington each held one of the back poles. But within a block Washington began faltering. "Stacey," Richard called. "Give Washington a rest. Can you take the full load?" "I'll give it my all." She grasped both rods, but the weight was more than expected, and she almost fell. "Washington, come up here and hang on to me," Richard said. He spoke irritably. His own arms ached from the weight, and he couldn't see how Stacey would hold out all the way. He scanned the debris-filled streets for help, but the people outdoors seemed busy with their own. It's easy, Stacey, he said, trying to sound light-hearted. Larkin makes us go beyond what we think we can do all the time. When I'm running, and I think I can't go another step, I tell myself just 10 more, then just 9 more, then just 8 more. Stacey stumbled, nearly dropping her end of the stretcher. Richard called out to her sharply. I can't do it, she protested, tears in her eyes. My arms are shaking. Come on, he urged. Just tune it out. I'll talk to you. You know Mr. Del Carlo? Well, Mom says he's 80. Spry as a puppy, too. Last week he was up on our roof putting a screen in the chimney. As he maneuvered around a down telephone pole, he took in the scene ahead. So many fallen trees, so many smoldering homes. So many people standing around in shock, or hysterical. So many burned and miserable people carrying belongings out of their homes, wandering aimlessly. Richard gazed skyward as he heard what sounded like a squadron of helicopters overhead, but he still couldn't see anything. Washington leaned heavily on him, his face unnaturally pale, and his mom whimpered from time to time as they moved too roughly. He welcomed the sound, though each time it hurt like a blow to the stomach. It meant she was still alive. Everything depended on him now. He had to keep Washington going, Stacey too. Hey, you should hear the funny story Mr. Del Carlo told Mom, Richard said, hoping to get Stacey's mind off her pain. There's this couple, married 75 years, goes to a judge to ask for a divorce. She's impossible, he said, and he gives all the reasons why he hates her. And she says, he's impossible, and goes on non-stop about him. If you hated each other so much all these years, why did you wait so long to get a divorce, the judge asks. We stayed together for the sake of the kids, and now they're all dead, the couple says. When Stacey didn't even smile, he said, you know, maybe in a way, John Hinckley Jr. did us a favor. He paused. Stacey, you're supposed to ask me what did he do. All right. What did he do? Stacey replied weakly. Good, she's listening, he thought. He tried to readjust his hold on the stretcher without jarring his mother. Thanks to him, we won't need lights at night. People will glow in the dark. He heard a weak titter from Stacey and glanced back. She was very near exhaustion, and they were still blocks from the hospital. He halted near a home relatively undamaged by the blast or fire, set the stretcher carefully on the ground, and unhooked a canteen of water from his jeans. Drink, Washington, he urged, and here's more aspirin. He shook 3 pills into his brother's trembling hand and held the canteen to his lips. Glassy-eyed, Washington watched him uninterested. Turkey, Richard chided as he touched his brother's hot forehead. A chill of fear raced through him. He spilled some of the precious water into his hand and patted it on his brother's face. You're just trying to get out of the heavy work, that's all. Washington didn't answer, and Richard's heart contracted. Normally Washington would never let him get away with a taunt like that. As much as he used to hate the put-downs, he'd give anything for one now, no matter how harsh. Okay, let's get going, he said gruffly. Stacey? Lift. He sifted through his repertoire of jokes and funny tales and began telling another, but Stacey wasn't listening. Washington's weight on him, plus the weight of his mother, made his arms feel like they were being ripped from their sockets. He fixed his eyes on the ground and trudged along, gritting his teeth. I can't do this anymore, Stacey cried in anguish as they came in sight of the Fellowship of Jesus Christ Gospel Church. Just a little farther. Just 10 more steps. Stacey shook her head and slowly dropped to her knees, lowering her end to the ground. She began to cry quietly. I can't even lift my arms. Look. Stay here. I'll see if I can get help from the church. He crouched beside his mother. You okay, Mom? She barely nodded, her eyes were shut. I'll get you there, Don't worry. H's throat knotted. Then he sprinted around the overturned cars to the church across the street. The church lawn was covered with bodies, bodies on blankets, on sheets, even on newspapers. People moaned, cried out, begged for water, some sat in stupors on the grass, rocking back and forth. He hated to look. Some were burned, others cut, bleeding, limbs either broken or torn off. The smell of smoke, now mixed with that of vomit, body odor, and worse, made his stomach churn. He tugged at a woman rushing by, carrying a heavy bucket in one hand and an armload of towels in another. "Excuse me, can anyone help me? My mother is across the street on a stretcher. I need someone to help me carry her to the hospital. We don't have enough help ourselves, kid." The woman dropped some towels beside one of the bodies and moved on. All right. Bring her here if you can. But she needs a doctor." "They all do. Now, get the hell out of the way." He darted around bodies to the open church door. Inside, it was even more crowded, and those helping the injured looked as disheveled and harried as if they'd been at it non-stop for days. "Mister, excuse me," he said, stopping a man. "I need help. My mother." His voice cracked, and he felt tears starting. The man put a hand on his shoulder. "I know, son." He gestured to the madhouse around him. "We don't have enough bandages, medicine, or anything. Until relief comes, we can't do much. Bring her here and we'll do what we can." As the man turned to someone else, Richard realized that it was hopeless. What was one mother when there were hundreds, thousands of mothers and fathers and children hurt? He gulped down the tears and turned back to the door. With Washington so sick, with Stacey shaking with fatigue, it was up to him. He hurried back across the street. Stacey, bent over Washington, looked up. "He passed out," she exclaimed. "Washington! Washington!" He shook his brother, then stood back and cried, "Oh, God! What do I do?" He looked around wildly. He couldn't leave his brother here alone. But if Stacey stayed behind, who'd help carry the stretcher? What should he do? "I've got to get Mom to the hospital," he cried. "There's no other way. They're full up at the church, and they practically have no supplies. I've just got to do it. It's her only chance." "How?" "She weighs as much as you do," Stacey said. He shook her off. "See what you can do to get Washington to the church. Maybe someone there can help him. I'll try to get back to you once I get help for Mom. But if Washington feels better, come on to the hospital." He draped the white sheet, now dirty with soot and ashes, around his mother and lifted her carefully. She cried out as he almost fell backwards, then she went on whimpering. Clenching his teeth, he tottered ahead a few steps and stopped, then stumbled on across the broad boulevard strewn with debris, swaying and reeling, on and down the road leading to the hospital. He staggered into the hospital parking lot carrying his mom's limp body. It felt as if she were glued to his arms. Sweat trickled down his face, down his neck, down his arms and legs. His breath whistled with each step. He had barely winked during the whole walk, putting all his concentration on reaching the next house, and then the next, and on and on. Finally, he saw the hospital. Standing. Not destroyed. With a cry of hope he had run the last steps and stood in the parking lot with tears streaming down his eyes, his mother's limp body still in his arms. "Let me give you a hand, son." He turned to the gentle voice, almost not understanding. "It's all right. Give her to me." He couldn't. "She's gotta have a doctor." "Yeah, sure. Just set her down on that mat. We'll get to her as soon as possible." He followed meekly, eyes fixed on the back of the man with the kind voice. When they got to a small mat, he set his mother down carefully. Her yelp of pain was a knife in his heart. When she was settled, he lifted her head and shakily offered her water from his canteen. He must see that his mother got a doctor, then he'd go back and find Washington and Stacey. For the first time he lifted his eyes from his mother and took in the crowded parking lot. The scene was even more horrible than that on the lawn of the church. Speechless, he dropped to the ground beside his mother, buried his face in his hands, and burst into tears. Number 10 Rich, Rich. He started at the sound of his mother's voice and looked up slowly through eyes blurred with tears. Slowly she raised an arm and let her fingers brush his cheek before the arm fell back. Find, George. Her tongue licked dry, swollen lips. He rose unsteadily to his feet. Find Dad. How? There was no way to get across the arroyo separating La Canada from Pasadena, no way without wings. With all the trees and brush growing there, the arroyo had to be on fire. What would Washington do in this situation? He always seemed to know the right thing to do. Maybe he should go back, ask Washington, do whatever he said. No. He had to find a doctor first for his mother. He gazed around in a kind of numb stupor, unable to take in what he saw. The parking lot looked like a battlefield full of the wounded, dying, and shell-shocked. Bodies lay every which way on the ground, in every inch of space, yet more and more came with each passing minute. They staggered up the hill from the direction of Los Angeles, arms outstretched, eyes unseeing, bumping into anything in the way, falling down. Where were the nurses, the doctors? He stepped over the crying, moaning sea of bodies, some with limbs missing. They were bleeding, oozing, smelling of. He put his hands to his face and swallowed the bile that rose to his mouth. Suddenly, he felt a powerful hand grab his shirt. Hey, kid. I need your help. The hand pulled him firmly towards a woman holding a baby. The woman's mouth was now open in a silent scream. Most of her clothes had been burned off. The skin on her face and arms hung in loose tatters. She's in shock, won't let go, the nurse said. Come on, sugar. Let the baby go so we can help. The woman didn't hear or understand and clasped her dead baby in a vice-like grip. The lifeless form resembled an overcooked turkey. Richard turned away and began to upchuck. Stop it, kid. Stop it, the nurse barked at him like she would a disobedient child. Now help me. I'll hold her arms and you pry the baby free. He couldn't bear to touch the charred body, afraid it might disintegrate within his fingers. The smell of burned flesh was overpowering. He went on gagging. He looked away but forced his arms to reach for the baby. He held it at arm's length while the nurse lowered the mother to a mat. She then took the infant from him, wrapped the small form in a towel, and took it away. Richard bent over and vomited. When he was able to stand up again, he heard the whirl of helicopter blades nearby and remembered the hospital heliport. Maybe he could get his mother on one of those things, and they'd fly her out to a burn center. He wiped the back of his hand across his mouth and went looking for the nurse, who was crouched now some dozen feet away over a tattered body. My mother needs a doctor, he said, pulling at her arm. She's over there. There aren't any doctors, in case you haven't noticed. They died, too, in case you haven't noticed. We've only got a quarter of the staff, as far as I know. He stared at her, unbelieving. She began moving to the next patient. As she walked, she tore a strip from her uniform to use as a tourniquet. For Chris' sake, quit standing there and pitch in. Go inside and bring me bandages, sheets and water. Move your ass. She turned around and gave him a shove, then rushed off towards a small group of people. Some were burnt and flash-blinded, some just panicked. Richard noticed that one of them had all the hair burned off his head. He'd been in the hospital's emergency room just last year when he'd fallen on his hand and dislocated a finger. The place had been almost empty, and in minutes he'd been x-rayed and attended to. But now the emergency room had no semblance of what he remembered. There was crying, moaning, wandering figures of staff and patients. "Where the hell are we gonna put 'em all?" an orderly cried as he lifted a burned man onto a gurney. "Russell, I can't stop them coming in. There are just too many people. Plasma, methyl morphine, gauze. Move all the beds into the hall, away from the windows. We need somebody to get us the radiological equipment. Please get your hands down for just a moment, sir. Nurse, make him keep his hands away from his face. This guy won't make it. Put in the other room. Next. Where's that help they said was coming? Try the phones again. We tried 2 minutes ago. Try again." It was impossible. There were too many injured and dying, with more coming every minute. He stopped a nurse who was carrying an armload of gauze pads and towels. Her normally crisp white uniform was soaked red with human blood. "Where's the drinking water? I'm supposed to bring some outside." "Back there." She nodded with a toss of her head and rushed on. He wove between beds and gurneys and people on sheets on the floor amidst broken glass and spilled fluids and vomit and blood. "Hey, you," a man called, "get me a broom, down the hall, and gimme a hand here." He ignored the man and moved on to where he saw a nurse kneeling on the ground beside a cardboard box. "Where the water supply?" he asked. She looked up sharply. "What ya need it for?" "I gotta take it outside. There are hundreds of people, just like in here." The nurse began gathering up armloads of plastic bags containing a colorless fluid. "Open that box and bring it with you." "I need to get water," he persisted, thinking first of his mother. "Reality check, buddy. All the pipes are broken. There's no water pressure. We can't flush toilets or hose down the mess or clean people up. For drinking," Richard pleaded. She pushed by him, talking as she moved. "There's some bottled water in supply, if the bottles didn't break, some distilled, a reserve tank on the roof. That's it until help comes. Bring those boxes." Richard ripped open 2 boxes, stacked them one atop the other, and followed the woman back to the most crowded room. Almost immediately the plastic bags were snatched up by nursing staff and set up for IVs. He moved quickly, obeying orders to bring more boxes, move patients, do this, do that. And then he realized that their needs were insatiable, that those outside would be forgotten. Without asking permission, he stacked 2 boxes of the lactated ringers and started outdoors. "Hey, kid. Where you goin' with that stuff? Get your ass back here." He ignored the voices and left the building. Outside, he found the nurse who'd sent him for water and showed her what he'd brought. Her tired face lit up with joy, and soon the 2 of them were moving people into new bunchings so they could hang the precious bags from car antennas or telephone poles or whatever else was still standing above ground. He made sure his mom was part of that group. "Now watch," the nurse said to him. "Watch how I do this because you've gotta help me do it, too." She fixed the plastic bag on a hook above the patient, unrolled the tubing, then showed them how to find the vein into which the needle had to be placed. "Your turn." "Oh no." He wanted to say, looking down at his mom. "How can I? I never did it before. What if I hurt her, miss the vein, go through the vein to the other side?" He licked dry lips and felt his heart pounding in his ears. He'd always been squeamish about things like frog dissection and handling injured birds. But looking down at his unconscious mother brought him courage. With shaky fingers he felt for the vein, took a deep breath, and plunged the needle in as he'd been told. His forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Then, letting out his breath, with a big grin he looked up at the nurse and released the rubber tourniquet. "You'd make a good doctor," the nurse said approvingly. "Now get to the others." He had no conception of time. It seemed hours, days even, but he felt nothing. He wasn't hungry or tired. He just moved mechanically to and fro, inside the hospital, outside, doing as he was told. They called him boy or runner, and he brought supplies up from the basement, moved gurneys, wheeled people, or carried them. The smell, the blood, the hideous wounds, the constant cries and groans of pain no longer bothered him. He neither felt, nor smelled, nor heard, he was numbed by it all. At one point, as he was helping an older nurse, who seemed on the verge of collapse, he said, "This must be hell, but then why am I here? All I ever did was fight with my brother." She paused, her hand shaking as she fixed a bandage in place. She looked up at him with dull eyes and showing only a glimmer of awareness. Then she covered her face and began laughing. She was shaking and shivering so hard that he reached out a hand to steady her. Sometime, in what might have been the afternoon, the news spread that radio contact had been made with the Goleta PD. Goleta, he remembered, was outside Santa Barbara, more than 100 miles from LA. Within seconds nearly all the medical help had gathered at the doorway to the radio room, listening. "The National Guard has been called out. They're landing them at Los Alamitos," the indistinct voice announced. "It's also our understanding that President Reagan has called for help from the Army and Marines. Now, we need you guys to be patient, it might be a long time before we can get to you." "We can't be patient, fella," the plaintive voice of the nurse replied. "Our drug stocks are dwindling, not to mention our food. How the hell long do you expect us to wait? Just tell us what you're in urgent need of and we'll airdrop it. I gotta tell ya, though, with all that smoke in the air, we can't be precise. Might help if you leave the heliport lights on." "How long can you stay on emergency power?" "I don't know. Maybe 2 to 4 more days, but don't you guys get it? We've got hundreds, thousands, pouring in here. We've only got beds for 200. They're on the floor, in the halls, the parking lot, most of them lying in their own poop. We have no place to put the dead. What about other hospitals? We need doctors and nurses. Our staff has been working non-stop for over 24 hours. Negative on other hospitals, nurse. The hospitals burned out in Glendale, last we heard. Valley View and Rampart General Hospitals are totally overwhelmed. The old wing at Palo Verde collapsed in the shockwave from downtown LA. They were fighting a fire at San Simeon 4 hours ago. We have no contact with any of them now. For all we know, you might be the only operable facility, that hill near you protecting you from the blast and all." Richard shuddered, then glanced at the others in the doorway. He could see on their faces the same fear he now felt. They knew that everyone half alive or dying would eventually find their way to this hospital. Burns, shock, radiation, infection. "We can relay your needs to the La Crescenta Sheriff's Department, if you want. But they've got troubles, too. Each city's gotta take care of its own until we can get to you." "Sorry. What about water?" the nurse repeated. "We have to have water. Our roof tank's almost empty. We've been out of bottled water for I don't know how many hours. We're down to soft drinks, and almost out of that." Pause. Static. "Then, only thing I can suggest is to get someone to the fire station. Maybe they can locate a swimming pool or reservoir, hook up hoses, chain gang it in." "How long?" the nurse asked. "How long?" 24 to 48 hours. Honestly, I just don't know. The only good news I've got is that we should have the roads clear of debris by the day after tomorrow, then we can bring help in and take out your wounded." 48 hours. Someone whispered beside Richard. When the nurse didn't answer, the voice came back, exasperated this time. "Listen up, lady. We're doing the best we can. You don't know the half of the trouble that bastard Hinkley caused with his damn A-bomb. Draw a circle 15 miles out from downtown LA and everyone inside that circle, except for the lucky ones who got blasted right away, needs help. What's more, that fallout cloud's gonna start dropping stuff right over this whole area in another 4 days, so we gotta move everybody out, evacuate everybody sick. wounded everybody. That means millions. Get it? Got it? So just hang in there. Do your best. That's what we all gotta do. We'll get to ya, promise. When the radio communication terminated, the nurse turned to those in the doorway. You heard the man, she said. It's too late for us all to become dentists, exactly, so get your asses back to work. Richard stayed in the doorway, hesitating. Then he spoke up. I'll do it. I'll go to the fire station. The nurse dropped her voice. I don't think it'll help. We always have radio contact with the paramedic ambulance, and I can't get through. Maybe the ambulance was out when the blast came, or maybe the radio smashed or the station was destroyed. I don't know. But I'm thinking that even if you do get there, the few men who haven't rushed home to their own families will be as bogged down with helping the burned and wounded as we are. Then what are we supposed to do? Who knows? Pool water? Well water? She paused, and her forehead wrinkled in concentration. There was a man in yesterday, before the bomb. He had a strained back, could hardly straighten up. We got to talking. Retired, he said, from the Department of Water and Power. He lives just up the block, I think. She moved to her desk and started rummaging through a mess of papers. Where is it? Yes, here. She held up a sheet triumphantly. Dan Scarlalfo, on Via Carlotta. I know where that is. I run by that street almost every day. He glanced over the nurse's shoulder to see the number. What do you want me to say? I dunno. The nurse gazed around the frantic, overcrowded room. Just talk to him. Maybe he knows what to. Maybe there are reservoirs nearby, and he knows where they are, and he can show you what to do to get that water coming again. He'd do it, of course, but how could he leave his mother for an extended time period? He'd put aside extra bags of the lactated ringers for her, hiding them under her arm. But there were thousands of people out there, all beginning for IVs. How could he leave his mother and be sure someone wouldn't just tear the life-saving fluid from her veins to give to one of theirs? On one condition, he said, meeting the nurse's eyes defiantly. If she refused, he knew he'd go anyway, because without water, so many more would die besides his mother. He swallowed the fear of her answer and tried to justify asking for preferential treatment. Washington had always scorned people who used their clout to get favors instead of waiting their turn. Richard hated the idea, but felt he had no choice. The nurse brushed by him. You just keep your conditions to yourself right now, she admonished. He grabbed her arm. Please. I want to help. I'll do anything. But I can't leave my mom out there on the ground, all alone. Who's gonna look after her? The nurse whirled around. Oh, all right. Bring her in. I'll find a space for her somewhere. Where? He persisted, only slightly relieved. It flashed through his mind that this was just this kind of dogged persistence that always infuriated Washington, and his parents, and others. Don't push me, the nurse said in a warning voice. I don't know where. What about you? Can't you look after her? The warning look turned into a frightening scowl. From behind them voices called for more help, more supplies. The nurse turned to the voices without answering. Richard trailed behind, followed her all the way to the supply room. Can't you? He asked again as they left the room together. No. Well, at least put her in that back room, the one where they're putting the people who'll be first to get to the burn centers, as soon as the helicopters can land. My God, kid. You're a pain in the ass, you know that. I'm coming, she shouted to the voice calling. She gave Richard a push. Get going. It's 943 Via Carlotta. Dan Scarlalfo. Richard stood his ground. The back room. All right, the nurse cried. All right. Bring your mother in, and we'll find a space for her in the back room. He let out his breath in a deep rush. I'll bring her in right now. He nearly ran from the room, turning only at the last moment to call back over his shoulder, "Thank you." "Hi, Mom," he said softly, leaning over her. "Mom." She moved her lips, but no sound came out. "I'm going to pick you up. It's gonna hurt, and I'm sorry, but I have to take you inside." "Stop that," he heard someone scream. "Get away from her." He glanced up and saw one of the orderlies run along narrow lanes between bodies towards a man crouched over one of the victims. The man stood, then quickly bent over the next person before scurrying over the brick wall separating the hospital grounds from the road. "Did you see that? Did you see that?" the orderly screamed, turning to Richard. "He was stealing their rings, their watches. Just yanking them off those poor helpless people. Psychos. That's what they've become. Psychos." Richard stared into the anguished eyes of the speaker, then looked back into his mother's. "Mom," he said again, "can you put your arms around my neck?" She didn't answer. He reattached the D5W bag to a rod above the gurney he'd managed to acquire. Carefully he lifted his mother, wincing at her obvious pain. He laid her down on the fresh, clean sheet. The woman on the ground nearest them lay with skin hanging in rags from her arms. The man next to her stared up at the sky, even though his eyes were gone from their sockets. Richard shuddered and wiped away tears, then took a deep breath. He pushed the gurney towards the emergency room door. His mother's eyes opened. Through tears he smiled down at her. "George." She mumbled. "Don't worry, Mom, I'll find him," he promised. Number 11. He took a deep breath as he left the hospital by way of the body-strewn parking lot. The air was still smoky. He heard helicopter activity far off. Cries for help, screams, sobbing, hysterical babbling. Men and women, young and old, children about half in hospital gowns, some lying rigid, wide-eyed, some curled fetus-like, some hugging a patient in fear, one couple appearing to be making love, some tucked tight in blankets like mummies, trembling. For the first time in almost 12 hours, he thought of Washington and Stacey, wondering why they hadn't come to the hospital yet. Could Washington be too sick? Could he be? He stopped as his legs began to shake, a quivering that invaded his whole body. Should he forget everything, except getting to the church to find out? Wait. Slow down. Don't go spastic, he said to himself. Maybe there's another reason. Maybe they're still at the church because they're helping out, same as I am. That sounded plausible, and it calmed him down. He began to move again through the mass of bodies. If he could find that DWP engineer and help get water to the hospital somehow, that could save a lot of lives. He hoisted himself up to the brick wall edging the hospital grounds and looked down. The road from Glendale and from Los Angeles seemed alive, a black ribbon of movement. Refugees. He watched as they walked slowly, some carrying shopping bags, some badly burned. More and more refugees, suburban survivors of what would eventually be known as the Hinkley Holocaust, moving slowly but surely, no known destination, just away from the burning crater that was once Los Angeles, California. A hum rose to Richard's, sending a shiver down his spine. Eerie. There were none of the suburban sounds so typical of this time of day: crickets and birds, car traffic, kids skateboarding down the hill. Only the steady drone of tramping feet and a wind-like moan. Closer up, he could make out individuals, some with heads and faces covered. Mothers, fathers, even children were holding up their unsteady comrades, themselves unsteady, wounded, burned, and exhausted. He wanted to rush down and pick up the child screaming for its mother, to rescue the old lady falling beneath the tight march of feet. But the mob moved on, pulling the weak and fallen with them. Why did John Hinckley Jr. do this? Just so Jodie Foster would notice him, they say. Who is Jodie Foster, anyway? He asked himself. Richard thought of all the people studying to be doctors and nurses, studying hard to learn how to keep people alive a little bit longer. What did it mean next to the people who killed, robbed, bombed, all for sport, or lust, or greed? If it wasn't so horrible it would be funny. He closed his eyes for a moment and sucked in his breath. He needed to turn off his senses and his mind so that the smells and sights of death and dying wouldn't be so painful. It seemed so hopeless. Thousands upon thousands of people trampled over each other, rushing in frantic haste to get away. To where? The mountains, with the desert beyond? How would they survive? They were so psychotic, so desperate and sick and ill-equipped. How would they ever make it through 40 miles of mountains? He turned away. In the few moments he had spent watching the scene below, he had reached a decision to avoid the mobbed road. It was too slow and dangerous. He'd have to get to Via Carlotta some other way. He could reach the street while its lower half tilted in the same direction. He bypassed the debris and was about to take a shortcut between two still burning homes when he heard the scary oh-hoo of a coyote. He stopped. Sweat rushed to his skin. Coyotes lived throughout these hills, though he'd never seen one. He'd only heard them late at night, yipping and howling. They came out of the hills for food and water, especially in the early evening. He'd heard stories of packs ganging up on the helpless animals and even tiny children. The Del Carlos had had a cat carried off by a coyote right before Mrs. Del Carlos' eyes as she stood screaming for help. He decided to detour. No sense in looking for trouble. And then he heard a dog's hysterical bark and the cry of a child. He hesitated, then immediately reversed his direction. He saw the coyote first. From the rear, the yellow-gray fur looked mangy. Portions of skin showed through where the fur had burned away. The animal stood with its 4 feet resting on its prey. When Richard drew closer, the animal turned, bared its teeth, but stood its ground. What he saw brought bile to his throat. Someone lay beneath the coyote, covered with blood and flies, trapped by a downed tree. He began to retch, but then he saw the child. No more than 2 years old, the little girl lay huddled on the ground on what must once have been a pleasant patio with a view of the valley. Guarding her was a small brown and white dog. The dog barked furiously, advancing and retreating, warning, threatening, but not attacking. The child screamed. Her eyes were wide with horror as she reached her hands out to Richard. Angry and repulsed, he grabbed up the nearest object that could serve as a club and turned on the coyote. His heart was pounding, and strange, strangled sounds came from somewhere deep within him. He advanced. Git. Scram. Git, you, leave her alone, he screamed. He felt as if he could smash the animal, kill it, bash it to pieces. The coyote slunk away, loping off to safe distance where it stopped and looked back. The child's cries brought Richard back to his senses. He threw the club down and rushed to her. Dirty, tear-streaked, she had burns on her chubby arms and legs. He picked her up gingerly and hugged her to him. The mother was dead, of that there was no doubt. Without a backward glance he turned and ran, the dog at his heels. The more destruction he saw, the more anxious he became. So many of the homes were charred rubble. Any swimming pools he saw were so littered, he couldn't believe the water was drinkable. What if the water and power engineer's home had also burned? Could he be dead? Or gone, one of the thousands fleeing to the hills? But the homes on Via Carlotta had suffered less than others, he found out to his relief. Maybe it was because of their tile roofs. For the first time he came upon families leaving. They pushed wheelbarrows full of belongings, their children tied by lines to their wrists. He asked for water for the child. We don't have enough for our own, people said. He knocked fearfully on the door of 943 Via Carlotta, a door that was charred but still standing, and waited. As he nuzzled his chain in the baby's soft hair, he realized that its diapers were wet and full. How long had the child been outdoors without food or water, waiting for its mother to move? The bomb had gone off yesterday about this time. If he hadn't come, would the coyote have gone after her, too? After a time, he heard footsteps, then a woman's voice, high-pitched with fear, called to him through a closed door. "Go the hell away, you son of a bitch. We'll shoot. We've got a gun." Richard backed off, the sweat suddenly rising to his forehead. Were they crazy in there? Would she really shoot him? "I'm looking for Mr. Scarlalfo," he called back, a tremor in his voice. "I'm from the hospital. Is he there?" He heard a lock turn, and then the door opened only the width of a chain. He placed himself so he could be seen, though he couldn't see inside the darkened house. "What do you want with Dan? Please, open the door and let me talk to him. I need his help to get water. The pipes broke, and people need water, and I've got this baby who needs care." "Wait." The door closed and the footsteps receded. Richard lifted the sobbing child so that her head lay on his shoulder. He put an ear to the door and heard voices mumbling in the background, then two sets of footsteps returned. The chain was removed and at last the door opened. Before him, holding a gun that was leveled at his middle, stood a plump woman in her 60s, wearing a flowered house dress. Just behind her stood a tall, slender man on crutches. The woman glanced around anxiously as if suspecting that Richard had a dozen accomplices who might dart out of hiding and storm the house. He'd never faced a gun before. He stepped back, trembling, and then suddenly the whole scene seemed ridiculous. This old woman could be Grandma Billie. How could she consider him a threat? He shivered until he nearly peed his pants, and then suddenly he was giggling, laughing until tears came. "Might as well let him in, Gladys. He seems harmless enough," the man said. Then to Richard, "Well, what are you waiting for? Come in. The baby hasn't had food or water since the bomb, I think," Richard said when he regained control. "I don't know anything about babies. Could you, do you think?" He left the sentence incomplete. Mrs. Scarlalfo handed the gun to her husband and reached for the child. She cradled it in her arms and began to make sympathetic cooing sounds. Relieved, Richard waited as the door locks and chains were replaced. "I'm Dan Scarlalfo," the tall man on crutches said. "And you are?" "Richard Billie." "All right, Richard. Follow me." Richard followed the man through several badly damaged rooms whose contents were strewn about and whose walls were cracked, to a little room that must have served as a den. Its windows had been boarded up, and the room was lit by 10 candles. The retired engineer lowered himself cautiously into a hard-backed chair. Richard brushed off his filthy jeans, knowing it would do no good, and sat on the couch opposite. "Firstly, I want to apologize for the, greeting," Mr. Scarlalfo said, "but the world's crazy right now. This morning 3 men with guns came down the street and broke into every home. They raped and killed a woman 2 doors down. They'll steal anything they re, not just after food. People are evacuating," Richard reported. "Verdugo Road is mobbed. I haven't heard a radio report. Are they telling people to leave? The army should have the roads cleared in another 24 to 36 hours, then they'll start getting people out. But most people won't wait, they're too scared of radiation, although they say it's not a danger yet. I'm staying." He nodded at his crutches. "I couldn't get far with these, anyway. Now, what can I do for you?" Richard explained how things were at the hospital and how he had come to this house because the nurse had remembered that Mr. Scarlalfo had worked for DWP. "I guess what I'm hoping is that you'll know the location of the nearest well supplying the hospital and you'll be able to get us some water," Richard finished. He took in the engineer's pained expression as he shifted slightly in his chair and remembered about the strained back. "Or tell me what I can do to get the water flowing," he added. "I'm afraid it's not that simple, son," Mr. Scarlalfo said, rubbing his thinning gray hair. Do you know anything about the water system, how it works? Richard's face grew hot. If Washington were here, he'd know. Washington knew things. But it was different for him. He was weird about learning. He picked up some things and not others. Like the way he could draw maps of every continent, country, and even every island in the world. But he couldn't figure out how to change a bike tire. No, sir. I'm sorry, I don't, he said. Well, looks like you and I will have to put our heads together to figure out what to do. Now, let me explain. Water, the engineer said, came from two sources. Local wells, deep in the ground, and from the Colorado River, some distance away. It was the local well water that fed most of the city. Pumped from underground pipes, it went first to reservoirs spotted around the city. From there the water was again pumped to city streets and individual homes. If a pipe broke on any given street or a hydrant was knocked over, the water and power people could shut off the flow to that one block. There are shut-off valves at the wells to stop flow into the reservoirs, and at the reservoirs to stop the flow of the pipes going to homes. Each reservoir holds about a 3-day supply of water. When I left my block this morning, Richard said, all the hydrants were spouting water. I wondered how long that would go on until all the water was gone. The reservoirs are probably empty or close to it, unless the valves at the wells are still open. Do you know where the wells are? Could you get them to divert that water? He shook his head. I know where every well is in the city, but it wouldn't do any good. First, we'd have to shut off the flow to the reservoirs. Those valves are deep, likely 200 feet down. You need special turn-off rods to reach them and strong men to turn those rods. He shook his head again. Even if we had the manpower, we can't get those rods. They're on the tank trucks, which could be in the DWP yard in Pasadena, or anywhere in between here and there. He scratched his head. But even if we could stop the flow, we couldn't pump it up. The pump is run electrically. And there's no power, Richard said weakly. That's right. Hey, what about swimming pool water, Mr. Scarlalfo? Possibly. Normally it's potable, but now with all the debris and ash, probably not anymore. The hospital has contact with Goleta. Maybe they could find out how to purify it, unless the radiation. Now, that could be a problem. They said it was a ground burst. Not so much radiation now, but in 4 or 5 days, I don't know, maybe it would be alright. How? How do we pump it? And how do we get it all the way to the hospital? Mr. Scarlalfo lifted himself from the chair just as his wife came to the door. That's a sweet little baby, Dan. Poor thing. I cleaned her up as best I could and gave her some milk. She's sleeping now. And that poor dog. He drank so much water I thought he'd pop. She looked at Richard. Would you like something to eat, young man? His stomach rumbled at the mention of food. Anything would be great. Thanks. He turned back to Mr. Scarlalfo. The hospital's at least 5 blocks from here, sir. We can't get hose from the fire department. What are we going to do? Number 12. Within an hour he left the house to scout the position of pools nearest the hospital. It was late afternoon. What little light the sun had offered through the canopy of smoke was now fading away. Soon it would be night. A really dark night, in fact. No street lights would be shining to expose any dangers underfoot or lurking in the shadows. Gone, too, was the usual comforting glow of city lights. The eerie darkness would be a grim indicator of sensory deprivation, dungeon unreality. You'd be a fool to go outdoors, even if you had a flashlight. He tried not to let himself imagine what might happen in the dark. So many people had guns these days, not just the criminals but good guys, too. Poking around people's property, as he'd be doing, he could identify himself, someone might shoot him dead. If only Washington was here. Somehow, with Washington by his side, Richard would feel safer. If only things were normal. Around this time of evening, they'd usually be in his room or Washington's. The smell of dinner would be in air. They'd be talking about school and other things, like if there was a God, and if it was possible to have lived before. Then they'd hustle downstairs to dinner, and it was a good feeling to be together. When they asked his father what his office all day, he'd say with a straight face, "I play tiddlywinks." But those days were gone. Forever. As he crossed a road, eyes scanning each house or the ruins of one, he began to feel like he was in a graveyard. How many people lay under those ruins? Maybe some were still alive. Who would help them? Had those who had survived taken off for the mountains? The dog startled him, appearing suddenly by his side as he climbed over a pile of brick into what had once been a garden. It was the small brown and white Scotty he'd found protecting the little girl. "Go home," he called out sharply. "Go on. Home." He had enough problems without having a dog to worry about. He threw a stone at the dog, deliberately missing it. The dog moved closer. Its fur-tattered tail wagged uncertainly. When Richard bent to pick him up and turn him around, the dog yipped in pain and jumped from his hands, scurrying away to a safe distance where it stretched back its head to lick its wounds. "You can't come with me, got it?" he said. "You need to go back to the Scarlalfos where you'll be comfortable and safe." His throat tightened up. It would be good to have company, even a dog, especially now that night was falling. Richard moved on, glancing back once to see what the dog was doing. It had stayed where he'd left it, still tending to its burns. But an instant later it appeared at his side. Richard nearly guffawed with relief. "Okay," he said, gruffly. "You want to come with me, you can." He'd only seen 4 pools in the area between the Scarlalfos' home and the hospital. He had counted them down the hill before dropping down to the housing development. All contained ash and debris. After finding a dead cat in the first pool, he peered anxiously in each of the others, fearful of finding worse. Which pool would be best, one closest to the hospital or one with less debris? How should he know? Could he decide? He supposed Washington would choose quickly, and if Richard asked how he'd made the choice, Washington would probably say, "It's obvious." But it wasn't. It never was. To know what was right, or best, sometimes took so much weighing. Maybe just making a decision, any decision, was better than endlessly agonizing. "Dog," he said at the third pool, after going back and forth several times. "It'll be this one. Now we've got to figure out how far it is to the hospital so I can get the right amount of hose." "Where will I get it?" "And we're going to need a pump and some gas," Mr. Scarlalfo said. "And a flashlight, because pretty soon I won't be able to see anything." The dog wagged his tail in sympathy and lapped at the cruddy water. Suddenly he turned and growled menacingly. Richard jumped. Approaching me was a man with a gun aimed at him. The man stopped about 10 feet away. "Hands up." "Who are you? What do you think you're doing? What do you want?" Richard's mouth went dry, and his heart began to pound. He lifted his hands slowly. He had thought the home to which the pool belonged was deserted because there had been no sign of life when he'd passed on the way to the backyard. The man's eyes looked strange, even from a distance, as if he couldn't see well. Could they have been affected by the bomb's light? I am just checking to see if this water's drinkable." "Don't buy it." "Hands up. You come any closer, you're dead." He can't see well, Richard thought. His eyes must have been hurt by the flash. Slowly he bent to hold the dog's collar, shushing him, one hand still raised. "The hospital needs water. There's a DWP engineer on Via Carlotta who says we can pump it from pools to the hospital." "I said I don't buy it." "A snot-nosed kid, from the sound of you. They're not gonna send a kid to a man's job." He thrust the gun out aggressively and glanced around. Richard began to sweat. He followed the man's gaze. Was he looking to see if Richard might have brought help, or if someone might see him when he pulled the trigger? "Look, mister," he cried. "SSSH, dog. Down. I'm not looking for trouble. I'm telling you, they're just going crazy at the hospital. Water pipes are broken, and the bottled water is all gone. There'll be help, but maybe not till tomorrow or the next day. Meanwhile, they need drinking water. I'm listening." The man kept the gun trained on him. "So maybe your pool is polluted, but they'll know how to purify it. They can find out through Galita, they've got radio contact there." Richard's heart was pounding so hard, he thought the man could hear it. "Mr. Scarlalfo said we need a pump. You got one?" "He says most pool owners in these hills have pumps so they can use their pool water in case of wildfires." "Scarlalfo. The water and power man I told you about." The man lowered his gun slowly. "Okay, I'll bite. How you gonna get the water all the way to the hospital?" Richard gestured downhill toward the hospital building. "I can't do it by myself. We'll have to get to a hardware store, I suppose, and get what we need. Will you help me?" Shakily the man wiped a hand across his eyes. "I can't leave. My wife's inside. She's pregnant. What would radiation do to an unborn child?" Richard banished the thought from his head. "She can stay at the Scarlalfos. They're nearby." He paused. "By the way, my name's Richard." He waited a long, anxious minute before the man finally replied. "Mine's Macchio. Huey Macchio. Yeah, I got a pump, but the damn thing's out of whack." Mr. Macchio tucked the gun into his belt and walked slowly to the edge of his property where he could look down at the hospital below. "It's almost dark. We'll have to move fast. 800-1,000 feet of hose? Maybe. Don't know how we'll carry all that." He squinted through the gloom. "God, what a mess. And we're lucky. We weren't in LA. And there's help coming. What would it be like if it was all-out war?" He shook his head and stepped back. It was dark by the time they brought Mrs. Macchio to the Scarlalfos' home and were on their way again, this time with a lantern. Despite his back pain, Dan Scarlalfo hobbled along on his crutches to the pool. There he remained to work on the pump while Richard and Huey Macchio went after hoses. Richard had reluctantly tied up the dog, but its outraged bark followed him for a long time. "How come you didn't take off like most of the others?" Richard asked as they made their way by back streets to the shopping plaza. Several times he'd reached a hand out to guide Macchio, sure he didn't obstacles until he was nearly won them. "It's safer here, that's why, even with the crazies running around. Can you imagine what it's gonna be like when the million or so scared people get to the desert? They'll be sick, out of food and water, desperate, and not enough camps set up to help them. You think the Palmdale and Lancaster residents are gonna open their homes to them? No way. 50 refugees, maybe, 100. But a million or millions? Aren't you afraid to stay because of the fallout? Aren't you?" For a moment Richard considered the question. He hadn't had time to look ahead. Then he said, "Until my mom's on her way to a burn center and I've found my dad, I don't care what happens to me." Macchio cleared his throat and didn't speak for some moments, then he said, "The way I figure is that until they tell us where that cloud's gonna spill its poison, this place is good as any. With Nina pregnant, we couldn't go far anyway. We'll just wait and hope the army gets here soon and takes all out to wherever it's safe." What then? Richard thought. Would they have to relocate to another city and state? Probably. Their home, all their things, were gone. Without water or power and with all the devastation, no one would be living here for a long time. As they came closer to the shopping center, Richard could see and feel the throbbing mass of refugees still moving along Verdugo Road across Foothill Boulevard, up Angeles Crest Highway to the mountains. He glimpsed the church spire and, for a hopeful moment, considered cutting through that thick rope of people to see if Stacey and Washington were there. But he knew he mustn't. By now the hospital would be desperate for water. Other orderlies would be liberating the contents of hot water tanks in nearby homes and appropriating distilled water from the nearest supermarkets, if those machines still operated. But such measures hardly amounted to anything. It was like throwing a bucket of water on a massive forest fire. Even the nurse who had sent him to the DWP engineer seemed to doubt anything could really be done. Well, maybe she was right. Oh, God! Richard exclaimed when they finally arrived at the shopping plaza. Oh, no. That morning, when he'd first left the Del Carlos with Stacey, he'd seen death on the Crest Highway. He'd seen overturned cars and cars that had exploded, their victims trapped behind wheels or incinerated. But he had seen it without letting it sink in. He had deliberately stayed his distance, partly because of Stacey and partly because he had always been repulsed by death, ever since he'd been expected to kiss his grandfather goodbye when he died. Now, in the shopping plaza, he saw death, true death everywhere. A woman lay half in and half out of her car trunk. Two women, probably on their way to the Safeway at the moment of the blast, lay on the ground some distance away like broken dolls with empty eyes. A small breeze blew cartons and paper around the mangled steel. And yet, people moved amidst this death. As they cut through the parking lot, they surprised a man pushing a corpse aside to reach canned goods strewn inside the car. Two women were fighting, tearing at each other's faces and hair over a can of V8. A woman with a child in her arms came out of the store sobbing, empty-handed. What food the store once displayed on its shelves had already been taken by the thousands of people on their way to the desert. The glass window of Builders Square had also blown in, and broken glass lay everywhere. Mr. Macchio, leading the way, grunted as he nearly tripped, and at his feet Richard saw a man, mostly covered by debris. A shard of glass was embedded in his neck. He suppressed the nausea rising to his throat and moved on. In the dim light he saw nothing but chaos. Heavy shelves were topped. Tools, paint, kitchen utensils, and patio furniture everywhere. Several men, startled by their presence, glanced up, then returned to their looting. He could understand needing wagons or barrows, things with wheels that might carry loads, but these men were looting anything and everything, regardless of immediate usefulness. Over here, Macchio said. Under all this mess. Richard set down the lantern and began lifting the pipes and fittings, under which were the hoses. He had been working only a few moments when he sensed someone behind him, and suddenly the lantern disappeared. Hey, he called, straightening up. He turned to see a man holding a wrench in one hand and the lantern in the other. What are you doing? What do you need garden hoses for? You gonna water your lawn? The man laughed as if he'd said something very funny. I'll take that lantern, buddy, Mr. Macchio said. You just mind your own business and leave us alone. Hey, guys, the man called over his shoulder. We need garden hoses, right? No. Richard cried, clutching one of the hoses to his chest. We're trying to hook up water for the hospital. Hey, guys, the man called again. Some good Samaritans here. They got water somewhere. Where, kid? Where? He held the wrench threateningly. I'll take that lantern, Huey Macchio said. He was suddenly in front of Richard, and his gun was drawn. Get going or I'll use this. Chill out, dude. The voice lost its cockiness. Okay, we're just fooling around. Put it down. I'll count to 3. Richard moved closer to Mr. Macchio, aware that the other men in the store had come up from behind. 1, 2. The man looked around anxiously, expecting help from his friends. When no one reacted, he slowly put the lantern down. The wrench, if you don't mind. Sure, man. The wrench dropped to the ground with a clatter. Richard sensed a slight movement behind him and turned quickly. One of the other men seemed about to throw something. Without thinking, Richard put himself between the man and Macchio. "I wouldn't do that," he cried. Macchio swung around abruptly and fired. The shot made a loud ping on metal nearby. "I'm not much on killing," he said. "There are enough dead already, thanks to John Hinckley Jr., but if I have to..." No one moved. Richard's legs trembled. He could smell the sweat of fear all around him. Did Macchio deliberately miss, or hadn't he been able to see well enough? "Okay, you assholes," Macchio said after a moment. "This is how it's gonna be. You're gonna be real men for a chance. You're gonna grow a heart. Now get your asses over here and pick up these hoses, then come along with us." He waved the gun around to emphasize his words. As the men moved forward and began marching under the rubble, Macchio put a hand on Richard's arm. "Don't disappoint me," he whispered, pressing the gun into his hand. Softly he added, "I think I've been flash-blinded." Richard's sweaty hand closed on the hard metal. He had once held a BB gun and shot it at squirrels and birds with a 10-year-old friend. But when the friend hit a bird, he'd vowed never to touch a gun again. He licked dry lips and stepped back, beyond reach. Breathing hard, hand unsteady, he raised the gun and held it on the men. What if they ran him off? What if they turned on him? Would he have the nerve to pull the trigger? Number 13. The five of them left the shopping center together. 4 men carried heavy lengths of hose and one Richard brandished a gun he wasn't sure he could use. A breeze had started up, not the dry, dusty Santa Ana type desert wind, but a stirring of moisture-rich air from the Pacific. Mixed with it was the harsh smell of burning and something new, a sickeningly sweet smell. It was especially strong when they passed a body. If the winds had shifted, Richard immediately thought, then the fallout cloud would be drifting back over Los Angeles. Was it already dropping its poisonous particles? Was that why he felt so tired now, as if he had gone without rest for days? Was that why he ached everywhere, why his legs trembled, and a nagging hunger nausea plagued his stomach? Would all this effort be pointless in the end because water would only keep alive those who would soon die of radiation? He dragged along behind the men, trying to appear alert, fighting an almost intense desire to fall down, cry, and sleep. The men carrying the hoses noted the wind shift, too. They glanced back at Richard frequently, as if hoping to catch him off guard. About a block from the plaza one of them dropped his load and would have slid off into the darkness if Richard hadn't instantly rushed to his side, gun leveled. The others stopped, too, waiting. "Pick those up," Richard ordered. His voice was high, but he kept direct eye contact with the man. "Like hell. Kill me if you want, what difference does it make? Look." He began to walk off. Immediately the others dropped their loads and followed. "Shoot!" Huey Macchio cried. "Richard, shoot him." Richard shakily raised the gun, then shook his head and lowered it. He couldn't. He wasn't a killer. He heard the men crashing over obstacles in their rush to get away in the dark, and he didn't care. "Here," he said, holding the gun by its barrel and handing it back to Macchio. "I'm sorry. Now how do we get all these hoses up the hill? Damn you, kid. You could have at least fired over their heads." Richard began stacking hoses, trying to figure how he could carry 10 at once. "I'll carry half," he said. Macchio laughed bitterly. You got a better idea," Richard cried, hurt by the inference. "All right, kid. Give it a try." Macchio bent to pick up one of the fallen hoses. "We'll get them up to Scarlalfa one way or another." The refugee trail had not let up, though it was now dark. Richard trudged along, carrying half his weight in hoses, thinking of happier times. It was a trick he'd often used when he ran, to keep himself from feeling pain. Stacey's bright face came to mind. He pictured the way her almond-shaped eyes opened in amusement when he said something funny. He thought for the 100th time of the day he'd nearly kissed her. He'd walked her home from school and told her about the song he was writing. Her eyes had turned gentle, and he wanted then to hold her close, to feel what it was like having a girl's body against his, and then to kiss her. But as he was speaking, heat rising to his face as these thoughts intruded, he worried. How should he do it? Should he just put his arm around her waist, then turn her towards him? What if she pulled back, was repulsed by his boldness? What if his breath was so bad or his nose got in his way? So many things could go wrong. And then the moment was lost. If he had kissed her then, he'd often thought, would she still have become Washington's girlfriend? The dog announced their final approach with hysterical barks. Back to reality, he again felt the ache in his shoulders, the cramp in his left leg, and the burning in his chest. By force of will he propelled himself the last few yards and dumped the hoses in a heap near Mr. Scarlalfo. Then he fell to his haunches and took deep, gulping breaths. He angrily wiped away the tears that slid down his cheeks. Any problems? Dan Scarlalfo asked of Mr. Macchio, who was straightening up with obvious pain. None whatever. Good. I've got the pump going. Found some gas that didn't blow up, stuff we kept for the mower. Don't know how long it'll work, but let's give it whirl. Richard rose, blinked his eyes, and came forward, picking up 2 hoses as he moved. Macchio began stripping the cardboard wrappers from the hoses, and Mr. Scarlalfo was busily attaching the first 2 hoses to the pump. In the quiet, Richard heard more helicopter activity nearby. A long beam of light pierced the oppressive darkness, focusing on the only building with power, the hospital. It had been several hours since he'd left his mother. He worried that she might be neglected in the crush of other victims. He agonized that he'd made the wrong decision to leave her, even with the nurse's promises. They've started landing, Scarlalfo said, as if he could read Richard's mind. He nodded in the direction of the helicopter pad at the hospital. Maybe they'll be airlifting the burn victims out. Now let's get this hose in the water, deep enough so it'll bypass the crud, then we'll turn it on and hope. A few moments later the 3 of them stood grinning at each other as the first droops of water trickled, then flowed from the hose onto the ground. The water appeared to be clear. Most of the ash and other debris had settled to the pool bottom or stayed floating at the top. For the next few minutes, they ripped off the new hose wrappings and connected the first long lengths together as the dog barked for attention nearby. Richard took a moment to release the dog, who jumped up on him, wildly wagging his tattered tail and giving slobbery kisses. Richard laughingly shooed him off as he worked with Mr. Scarlalfo. Together they unwound coils of hose and connected them end to end, making their way down the slope and across a no-man's land of still smoking house frames. With each 50-foot length they drew closer to the hospital. The hospital parking lot was lit by fires and lanterns. Richard could see them reflected in the whites of eyes. Unfortunately, the scene had not changed since he had been there last. Children cried. Adults stood, laid down, sat down, died. Chaos. There was a horde of wounded refugees, double the number from earlier today, crowding around the main entrance, all agitated, some psychotic. A volunteer wearing an air filter riot mask held up his hands, indicating slow down, no more. Some of the wounded pushed the volunteers and doctors aside and swarmed through the reception area. Fistfights were breaking out. The sound of choppers moving in the darkness gave him hope that his mother might already be gone. Voices, hammering, and other sounds of life, filtered up to the hill where they worked. You run ahead and see where they want this water delivered, Macchio said as he coupled one of the last hoses. I'll finish up here, can't see too well, anyway. I'll keep the mud for you. Richard started to uncoil the long hose and work it downhill. Go on, Richard. You did a good job. Your folks ought to be very proud. When our boy's born, I just hope he becomes half the man you are. Richard flushed in the darkness and took the lantern. It was to be used as a signal to Mr. Scarlalfo to start the pump. As he moved off in the darkness, jumping and sliding down the rocky slope, he found himself savoring Macchio's words. Man, he'd been called. He couldn't remember anyone ever making him feel so good. Richard tapped the arm of the first person who appeared to be in authority at the parking lot. A doctor, he assumed by the man's blood-stained white coat. Excuse me, sir. I've brought pool water down from up there. He motioned to the dark housing project in the hills nearby. We've hooked up hoses and as soon as we know where to deliver it, we'll turn on the pump. The doctor glanced at him, then returned to the patient he was tending, a gaunt, bearded, dirty, stringy-haired man who must have been at least 40 years old. He pocketed a stethoscope and reached for the patient's wrist. Get away from me. Get away from him. Does he think I'm making this up, that I'm crazy? Richard wondered in dismay. Just because I don't have muscles or whiskers and a deep voice that makes people listen, he doesn't believe me. Richard tugged at the doctor's arm again, angry now. Doctor! You've got to listen to me. I'm not kidding. Get in there and bring me some D5W if they've got any. Otherwise. But the water. Richard looked behind him at the small light moving on the slope where Mr. Macchio was descending. Look up there. He pulled harder on the doctor's smock. Instead of looking at the slope, unfortunately, the doctor looked down at Richard. His face turned almost white-hot with anger. I need help here. A nurse nearby scurried over. Take this kid by the ear and throw him out. We don't have time to listen to his crap. Richard, the nurse cried, recognizing him. What's going on? He a friend of yours, or something? In a way, yes. He was a great help here most of the day. We sent him to find a DWP engineer. She turned to Richard. You look so tired. What happened? Richard explained about finding Mr. Scarlalfo and about how they had arranged to pump water down to the hospital. We can keep moving the pump to other pools, except some of the water is likely pretty contaminated. You did it, you really did it, the nurse cried. Well, let's not just stand here. We need that water. I'll get the maintenance guys to help. We've got a storage tank on the roof. Don't fret about contamination. We know what to for that. My mom? How is she? Richard asked, trailing the nurse. But the nurse only answered, oh, my. What a relief to have water coming at last, and began barking out orders. 20 minutes he stood beside Mr. Macchio in the crowded hospital lot looking up at the dark, invisible hill where Mr. Scarlalfo would be waiting. The last hose had been connected to a roof tank. A maintenance man had called down that they were ready to receive. Richard swung the lantern to and fro 3 times, paused, then swung it again. Somewhere in that darkness Mr. Scarlalfo was watching. He would go to the pump and begin the flow. If all went well, the water would soon be sucked up through the hose in the pool and begin running through the long stretch of hoses to the hospital. For what seemed a horribly long time Richard stared into the darkness, and then to the rooftop, waiting for word. Finally, an excited cry rang out. It's coming. Mom. He whispered, leaning over his mother. Mom. His mother didn't answer. He felt her clammy skin and weak pulse, and a wave of fear swept through him. He grabbed at the nurse who had assured him of her care. Why hasn't she been airlifted? You've had helicopters landing for the last hour. Why hasn't my mother been taken out? The nurse cried out and dropped the pitcher she was holding. The plastic clattered noisily to the floor, and its dark contents spilled out in all directions. She began to scream and stuffed a fist against her lips. Then a loud, piercing wail came from her throat. Richard grabbed her arms. Cut that out. Cut it out. What about my mother? She looks awful. Will she be all right? One of the maintenance men rushed up and pulled the nurse away. "Leave her alone. Can't you see she's exhausted? She's been on duty more than 24 hours. She doesn't even know what she's doing anymore." "My mother. She promised." He shut his mouth. There was no use blaming anyone. The emergency room smelled of blood, vomit, poop and even death. They were more crowded than when he'd left. Even with more people helping, maybe people flown in there weren't enough. He went back to his mother. He shouldn't have left her. Where was Washington? Why wasn't he here? What could he do? He tried offering water, but the drops slid down her swollen lips to her neck. He rushed from room to room searching for something, for someone to help. But it was like an old movie where the film is speeded up and the sound comes out garbled. He stopped suddenly and pressed a hand to his forehead to block out all except his own thoughts. It was idiotic running around so pointlessly. He had to have a plan. He had to do something constructive, or his mother would die. He ran out to the parking lot and reached out to catch the doctor he had first approached. "Doctor. Please. Will you look at my mother and tell me what to do? Please, come inside." The doctor shook him off. "God, you again. Get someone inside to check her, I've got my hands full out here. There isn't anybody. Please. You owe me." He started to cry, sobbing shamelessly, like a small, frightened child. He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, ashamed to be bartering for his mother's life. "Oh, all right. Now, just calm down, son. Where is she?" The doctor ran beside Richard into the building, ignoring pleas for help from those he passed. Richard watched, fist jammed against his mouth, as the doctor bent over his mother. At last, he straightened up and turned thoughtfully to Richard. "She's not doing well. I'll order another 4, but she needs to go to a burn center." He could hardly get the words out. "Is she gonna live?" "I don't know. I'm sorry. I really don't know." Richard lowered his head, not wanting to cry again. Then he crouched beside his mother, searching for a flicker of an eye, some movement that would indicate life. "Mom," he whispered. "Don't die. I love you. We need you." He swallowed hard and stood up. He didn't care how many people were lined up to be flown out. One way or another he'd get his mother on the next helicopter headed for a burn center. Number 14, 2 or 3 at a time. That's all. Richard cried, his voice rising in disbelief. He had watched from behind the dispatcher as 3 patients were transferred to litters, logged out, and loaded onto the noisy helicopter in the center of the helipad. The chopper door had been slammed shut, and the machine lifted from the ground in a wild whoosh of hurricane-like wind and noise. For an instant it hovered as if uncertain of its purpose, then it swerved off into the darkness. The man guarding the exit door from the hospital to the helipad turned to answer Richard. His eyes were slitted against the dust, and a hand covered his nose. "Who the hell are you? You're not supposed to be here. Those copters can only take out 2 or 3 people at a time. Right? These particular ones are on loan from the Chicago Fire Department. And we're lucky to have them. They could spare us only 5. We've been promised Coast Guard choppers, but I haven't seen any yet, and the Army and Marines should be sending in. Listen, kid. You're not supposed to be here. My mother's inside, badly burned," he said, motioning toward the emergency room some distance away. "She's supposed to be flown out to a burn center. Her and 1,000 others." The man nodded to a large room off to the side. It was filled with wounded on stretchers and gurneys. "Sorry, kid. She'll have to wait." "She can't," Richard cried, dogging the man's heels. He knew he shouldn't be so pushy, but he couldn't seem to stop himself. "Mister, wait. You can't come in here," a nurse said, turning him away from the holding room with a firm hand on her arm. In the brief instant before the door closed, he saw several orderlies in green surgical garb. On the nearest gurney he noticed a number, pinned to the sheet covering. For a long moment he waited at the closed door, wanting to force his way in, knowing it would get him nowhere. With only 3 people being airlifted out every 10 minutes or so, it could take hours before the wounded in just that one room could be moved. In the meantime, his mother could die. His whole body shook as he turned on his heels and ran back to the emergency room. He was passing the radio room when a voice saying burn centers stopped him. The voice faded, then returned, stronger. Sorry, Glendale. We're trying to get to you. Clear a landing space 100 by 100 and set up some signal fires so we can see where to land. We already did that. At the high school football field. Can't you see our fires? For Christ's sake, mister. Where's the help you promised? Someone in the radio room switched channels and started speaking. Richard looked into the room and saw a white-coat man at the radio. This is Verdugo Hospital, calling Goleta. Verdugo Hospital to Goleta. Goleta Police. Captain Huxley speaking. I'm Dr. Dahlberg. We've got 1,000 wounded here, at least half of them burns. Where are the paramedics to take them out? We've got choppers taking 2, 3 at a time. What is this, some kinda joke? No, joke, Doc. We've got requests to take out victims from everywhere. Military choppers are en route. It's been 30 hours. These burns need attention. There was just the slightest hesitation, and then Goleta returned with, the state of California has fewer than 200 beds for severe burn victims, Dahlberg. And you know it? The beds are full. Personnel are supervising other medical staff so they can serve maybe 500 or 600. No more. We're sending to Arizona now. Arizona? Good Christ. Richard's breath caught in his throat. If California could only treat 200 severely burned, what could the less populated Arizona possibly have? 10, 25, even 50 beds? As he hurried back to his mother, he remembered a conversation he'd heard and paid no heed weeks ago. Listen to this, his father had said in an incredulous tone. Some government bigwig says we could survive an all-out nuclear attack with maybe 30 to 40% of our population intact. How, Richard now wondered bitterly, with hospitals gone, doctors dead or dying, medical supplies destroyed, water contaminated, fires everywhere, and even the air we breathe poisoned. What about the few that did survive? What would they eat? What about the diseases that would follow? He was sure, as he thought about it, that he'd rather die quickly than be one of the unlucky ones who lived. A sickening anguish filled his stomach. Until yesterday he'd tuned out everything except what happened in his own small world of school, music, running, his family and friends. Now he realized he'd been stupid, that he should have paid attention to what was happening elsewhere. If grown-ups were so dumb as to build something like the A-bomb and wield it like some kid who found his dad's gun, then maybe grown-ups weren't any smarter than kids. He didn't know if his mother heard him as he bent over her still, clammy cool body, but he spoke anyway, whispering in her ear. Mom, listen. Hang in there, please. I'm going to get you out of here. Just hold on another hour or two, and you'll be where they know just what to do for your burns. He thought his mother's hand tightened slightly in his, but he wasn't sure. First, he had to move his mother's gurney out of the crowded room. Harried, he looked around. The orderly who was caring for the 50 or so patients had left for more supplies. The patients were jammed so tightly together that there was practically no space between them. Some, against the walls, might not have been examined in hours because they were so inaccessible. His mother's bed stood in the middle of the room. To move her out he'd have to rearrange other patients. It reminded him of those puzzles he used to love working, where you had to line up numbers in consecutive order with just one free space to move in. If he pushed that bed to there, and that one too. Richard. He swung around, joy surging through his limbs at the sound of his brother's voice. Washington. Stacey. Dark rings rimmed Stacey's eyes, and Washington wore a 2-day stubble of hair. They looked ragged and disheveled and tired beyond caring. He realized that he must look the same. The sound of an incoming helicopter cut short his pleasure. Though he wanted to know where they had been, what had happened since he'd left them, and why they hadn't come sooner, he thought now only of his mother. Move that bed to the right, Washington, will you, and Stacey, move that one to the left. Hey, wait. How's Mom? Washington, please. The chopper sounded closer now. It would be landing in another moment. If he could get their mother out fast, then maybe, move that bed, Washington. Why? What the hell are you doing? Just do like I say. He began sliding another gurney aside, so that soon there'd be space to move his mother out. As he worked, he explained about the helicopters taking out the burn victims and how the burn centers in California were already overcrowded. If they didn't get their mother out soon, there'd be no hospital with specialized care in the whole country that wasn't full. Hey! What the hell are you kids doing? A voice cried, outraged. Don't stop, Washington. Do like I said. Richard ordered as Washington paused to look uncertainly from him to the attendant. You leave those beds alone. Go on. Get out of here before I call security. Security. What a laugh, Richard thought. We'll put everyone back just like they were. We're only rolling our mother out so we can take care of her ourselves. He figured it was wiser not to speak of his plans in case someone tried to stop him. You can't do anything for her. We've triaged the patients. Triaged? Stacey asked in a weak voice. Sorted out, set priorities on. Those we can help, those who could survive if we got them to a burn center are identified with tags. The attendant's patients seemed just about gone. Look, you kids get out of here. I'm sorry about your mother, but these patients won't make it. Then you won't mind if we take our mom where we can be with her for a while, Richard said grimly, pushing another bed out of the way. Washington. He started to slide his mother's gurney into the space that opened up. We'll put the other patients back like they were, like we said. The fact that they were returning the other beds to their original positions as he'd said they would evidently put the orderly in his place. He muttered irritably about not having enough help or supplies and left the room, annoyed. What the Christ are you up to? Washington whispered. He and Stacey caught up to Richard and fell in beside him while he pushed his mother through the halls towards the stairs leading to the lower level and the heliport. Mom. Washington touched his mother's hand, felt for a pulse. His face flushed. Mom. Washington, there's a storeroom down that hall. It's got lots of those green scrub gowns. I need one. Get it, please. My God. Look at her. She's dying. Washington pulled at Richard's arm. Why weren't you seeing that she got proper care? Washington. Stacey cried, pulling at his arm. Richard wanted to scream, where were you, brother, all this time? He wanted to scream, shut up, smart ass. She's not going to die. She's not. I won't let her. Instead he said, get that gown, like I said, and some rubber gloves if you see them. Hurry. The chopper will be leaving any second. Where? Stacey asked. Come on, Washington. Get off his case and help me find what he wants. For a second Washington still gripped Richard's arm, screaming accusations, then his hand fell away. He turned and hurried off, with Stacey, to the storeroom. For the first time in his life Richard didn't feel that old sense of inadequacy, that horrible call to action feeling he always got when his brother put him down, the feeling that set him screaming irrationally in self-defense. He'd done the best he could, he didn't know what else he might have done under the circumstances. As they entered the final corridor before reaching the holding room where the patients were moved out to the choppers, Richard halted. "You guys had better stay here. They'll be suspicious if they see the three of us. I'll put on the scrub gown and hope they don't recognize me. I've changed the tag Mom's wearing, so she doesn't look hopeless. Maybe I should take her in," Washington said. "They haven't seen me around." Washington considered that for an instant, warring with himself over giving this final step to his brother. Yes, he might be recognized. Washington would not be, and he appeared older and more authoritative. But he wouldn't let Washington take over, and it wasn't for ego reasons. It was something he had to do himself because he could do it better than Washington. He had a trait Washington didn't have, a trait the family usually hated him for because it was so unrelenting. Stubbornness. Persistence beyond reason. When he wanted something, he went after it and worked for it or fought for it and hung on and pushed and sought loopholes and other exits until he got what he wanted most of the time. Washington wasn't like that. If he took their mother into that room and tried to get her on a chopper, he might be stopped. He might not find another way or push hard enough. The one thing Richard knew about himself, whether it was a good trait or not, was that he'd get his mother on a chopper somehow. Nothing and nobody would stop him. He could hear voices, wheels rolling along the corridor to the outside, and the whir of helicopter blades at idle. "I think I'd better do it, Washington. Be back as soon as I can." Without waiting for Washington's reply, he donned the scrub gown, pushed the cap over his dark hair, and wiped his face to clear away some of the soot and char. He then turned the corner into the corridor leading to the outside helipad. An orderly in a green scrub gown just like his was rolling a gurney out the door. The guard with the clipboard checked the patient through. "Hold up," he called, trying to deepen the timbre of his voice while controlling its trembled. He started down the corridor at a run, pushing his mother on the gurney. "This one has to go priority." "Wait up. Number 15, wait a minute. Priority? Who says?" The guard at the exit door blocked him with his body. "Where's her tag?" "Tag? Tag? Are you kidding?" Ahead he saw the chopper, its blades whirling slowly. A litter was being lifted into its cabin. Heart pounding, eyes moving from chopper to guard to chopper, he cried, "It's a madhouse back there. Who's got time to tag anybody?" He swallowed, forcing himself to look the guard squarely in the eyes. "She's to go out right away, Dr. Ransom's orders." Allison Ransom had been the doctor who'd yanked his disjointed finger back in place in the hospital just last year. Ransom, huh? Yeah, well. The physician's name gave credibility. "Okay, but move her to the holding room." "Priority or not, we got 60 patients ahead of her. Ask the nurse to assign your patient a number." Richard hesitated, wanting to press further. The helicopter was only yards away, and its rotors were picking up speed. The attendant who had carried out the final patient was returning with an empty litter, his body bent forward against the roaring wind as the chopper lifted off. Too late. He'd have to wait for the next airlift, or the next. Disappointed and frustrated, he rolled the gurney to the holding room. He was given a number by a nurse who regarded his mother doubtfully. "Are you sure this one's been triaged to fly out?" "She looks." Richard cut her short. "Dr. Ransom says she's borderline, that's why the priority." "They're all priority." The nurse wrote number 57 on a card and gave it to him. He almost protested, realizing 56 others would be flown out before they'd take his mother, but he stopped himself. "Put her there," she said, pointing. "Then you can go on back." Her suspicious glance made him nervous, and he hurriedly rolled his mother away. Around them lay people who were crying or moaning or tossing around restlessly in pain. Why didn't his mother move or cry out? At least it would show she was alive. He pushed her to the place the nurse had indicated, then bent over the fore control, pretending to make adjustments while his mind raced, trying to figure out how to stay there. As a runner he'd be expected to return to the emergency room for the next patient, but he had no intention of leaving. The heavy flap of another copter diverted the nurse's attention. "We got a big one coming in," the dispatcher yelled, sticking his head in the door. "A Marine CH-53, hanging a water buffalo." A moment later he was back. "Should take a dozen, maybe 15, soon as it's unloaded." "Okay, let's move em," the nurse cried. "Let's go." Richard fell in behind the other orderlies and began moving gurneys into the hallway. Through the open door he saw a big tank suspended from a heavy chain, swinging on its platform as it lowered to the ground. "A water buffalo?" The attendant in front of him said. "Yeah, I've seen those things. They usually pull them behind six-wheel trucks. They hold maybe 1,500 gallons of water." A bright search beam fixed on the landing pad, then seconds later the helicopter set down. Almost immediately the door slid open and about 30 men dropped down. They came running into the building carrying boxes Richard supposed contained medical supplies and food. The Marines dispersed to the supply rooms, along with an orderly who was instructed to bring back anyone who could hook up the water tank. Two men in Marine Corps fatigues, gauze masks and gloves, began examining the patients in the hallway, with a nurse the side of each man. Richard's heart pounded faster, and his face became hot. Maybe, he thought, in the confusion he could slip his mother in among those in the hall. It was worth a try. He returned to the holding room and went to her. Her eyes were wide open, but they were dark and expressionless as she stared at the ceiling. "Mom," he cried, a wave of relief spreading through him. Her hands clutched the sheet, tight-fisted, as if the pain was hardly bearable. Only the eyes moved. She was seeing him but not responding. It was as if she had escaped inward and all her energies were focused on control. He was so close to exhaustion that the sight of his mother's pain nearly broke him. Instead, he sucked in his breath, turned his eyes away, and carefully pushed the gurney from the room so as not to cause additional pain. Out in the hallway the commotion of Marines passing back and forth with boxes and of gurneys moving towards the exit door and out to the helipad helped mask his deception. He moved to the end of the line, eyes so intent on the nurse and doctor, 3 patients away, that he feared they would sense it. He tried to appear unconcerned, as if the patient beside him meant no more than any other, but his heart pounded in his ears, and his neck itched with sweat. Any moment now they would move on to the next patient, and then the next, and then they would stop at his mother. He moved forward. The loaded gurneys were rolling swiftly through the exit door to the helicopter, and just as swiftly returning empty for new patients. His whole body trembled as the doctor approached their gurney. The paper pinned to his mother's bed sheet showed the % of second and third degree burns. Glancing first at the paper, then taking his mother's hand for a pulse, the doctor said, "She's in great pain. Demerol." "Wait a minute," the nurse cried, noticing Richard for the first time and checking the number. "She's out of turn. The next patient should be 24. Please." Richard cried. "Please take her. There's only room for 12. Orderly, bring out the next patient." "This is your mother, isn't it, son?" the doctor asked. "Yes." The doctor barely hesitated. "Nurse, don't hold us up. Give her the shot. Let's keep things going. Go on, son. Take her out." He was so grateful that he wanted to laugh and cry simultaneously. Before the doctor could change his mind, he covered his mother's face as he'd seen the other orderlies do before they pushed their patients out to the helipad, then ran. He ran past the guard at the door, across the dusty, windy stretch of no man's land to the waiting chopper. There, helping hands raised her aboard before he could say goodbye, "Good luck, I love you," or anything else. He suddenly found himself back at the exit door with great big knobs of pain in his throat as the big bird rose skyward with its load of burn victims and his mom. He let out his breath. He felt as if he'd been holding it for hours. The chopper swooped up, then swung off into the darkness, its small lights flickering. "Thank you, God," he whispered silently. "Thank you. Take good care of her. Keep her alive, and I'll never doubt again." He pushed the gurney back down the hall, lightheaded and as empty as the gurney, and sad now, in a way that he'd never felt before. Would someone else's mom or dad die because his mother had taken their place on the chopper? Well, there was no use thinking about that now. It seemed to him it was the only thing he could have done, but he didn't like having done it. He owed a heavy debt, and he could think of no way to repay it except to keep going. Stacey and Richard were not where he'd left them, so he went on to the emergency room. "Take a rest, kid," a Marine said, removing the gurney from him. "We'll take over from here." The rooms were prepped with uniformed Marines, so he moved out to the parking lot. It was a different scene from before. Lights had been set up to illuminate the big space and move of the cars had been removed to make space for more patients. In the distance he heard the rumble of heavy equipment. He heard trucks and bulldozers and the almost constant flap-flap of helicopter movement. It was late, well after midnight, and the human traffic to the mountains had slowed. He blinked burning eyes as he looked around for his brother and Stacey. He let himself imagine being in his own bed again, feeling the smooth, cool surface of the sheets as he slid a foot downward, smelling the familiar scent of his own pillow as he buried his nose in it. He wrapped his arms around his chest, cold from fatigue and the night air. And then he saw Stacey. She was making out name tags at a table with several others. As soon as she saw him her tired eyes brightened, and she jumped up. They ran to each other like magnets about to collide. And then they were hugging and laughing with relief and delight to be together and still alive. Richard couldn't recall ever feeling a greater happiness. "Hey, mister. That's my girl." It was Washington's voice, and his hand was on Richard's shoulder. Richard swung around to find his brother grinning at him. A 2-day growth of beard gave his face a dirty look, but his eyes were bright with happiness. "Hey, ugly," he returned. "You're gonna have to fight for her." Laughing, they wrapped arms around each other, hugging with vice-like grips. After an awkward moment they pulled apart and Washington asked, "How's Mom? Did she get off okay?" "She's on her way to Arizona, a burn center there." "Did ya have any trouble?" "Trouble? Hell, no. Easy as one of Larkin's workouts." Washington regarded him seriously. "I bet." For a moment they stared at each other with a mixture of affection and some of the same challenging competitiveness that was always there, close to the surface. Richard, 4 inches shorter, didn't feel the difference that had always bothered him before. Though he'd talked of fighting for Stacey in jest, he realized with a twinge of surprise that he meant it. "So," he said, "where were you guys all day?" "Playing tiddlywinks." He grinned. It was a tired imitation of his father's grin any time he gave that explanation of his day's work. "You hear that, Stacey?" Washington responded in mock irritation. He moved close to Stacey and put an arm lightly around her shoulder. "He was probably sleeping while we were slaving away at the church." Stacey shrugged Washington's arm away and took his hand instead. With her other hand she reached for Richard's. "What do we do now?" Richard felt like the question was directed at him, but Washington answered. "Looks like things are under control here, so let's get some rest." In the time they had been speaking, other helicopters had come in with more personnel and supplies. Some were fanning out to the main roads and were beginning to move disabled vehicles out of the way. Several times they had been told to move, and they'd even been asked once to leave the grounds. "Let's get Dad," Richard said. "You're crazy. It's 2 a.m. I'm bushed." "We're all bushed. I can't stand how grungy I feel." Washington nodded at Stacey. "Stacey wants to get home and see if her mother's returned." "Okay, we'll take her there, then go on." "That's stupid. In 2 hours, the place will be swarming with outside help. If we got some sleep now we could just hitch a ride into Pasadena in the daylight instead of hiking all that way in the dark. 9, 10 miles, that's all it is, Washington. It's dark, stupid. People are out there with guns, shooting anything that moves near them. Don't call me stupid, Washington. I'm not. Okay, okay. I'm sorry. You're not. But it's dumb to keep going when I can barely think, I'm so trashed. For a moment neither spoke, then Richard said, they'll start evacuating as soon as those roads clear. We'll never find Dad then. There'll be central information banks. He'll find us. They stared at each other again. For just a moment Richard doubted his judgment. He usually bowed to Washington's wishes because his brother always seemed to be right, seemed to know what was best. But suddenly it seemed that Washington was just being stubborn. Inflexible. Here they were going through the same song and dance they always went through. And at the end he'd be the one expected to back down, not Washington. He'd be the one made to feel stupid or wrong. Not this time. I want to see about Dad, Washington. I just want to. He may need help like Mom did. I promised Mom. He paused. You don't have to come. Don't worry. I won't. And not because I don't love Dad as much as you do. I just think it's pointless when we'll get help in only a few hours. Oh, come on, you two. You're acting like babies, Stacey cried. Why can't two brothers get along? Last chance, Washington. Coming? Richard asked stubbornly. Washington hesitated. Richard knew his brother never expected that he'd hold out under pressure. No. Okay. Although he spoke calmly, it hurt that Washington wouldn't come with him. His throat tightened at the prospect of going it alone, and he was so very tired. He couldn't look at Washington. Maybe he'd go back to the Scarlalfos and get the dog. Yeah, he'd feel safer with him along. Someone to talk to warn him if. When I find Dad, I'll try to get back to the Del Carlos with him, he said. Long. He turned on his heels and headed out of the hospital parking lot. He began to doubt the wisdom of his decision. Maybe he should wait until daybreak. Maybe Washington was right that they might get a ride into Pasadena. Or was he? Who could predict what it would be like? Everyone needed help. Maybe people would be stopped from going in any direction except away from the city. Maybe everyone would be herded into trucks and taken out of the area. He wanted to cry. He felt abandoned. But he wouldn't change his mind. Not this time. He guessed Stacey was right. If even brothers couldn't agree, how could people in general? Would life ever return to normal? No, no way. John Hinckley Jr. had been influenced by what he'd seen in a movie to build his own A-bomb and destroy LA, hadn't he? That would mean that future movies and TV shows might have to be restricted in the images they could convey. Anti-nuclear activists would undoubtedly come crawling out of the woodwork to demand an end to nuclear weapons and power. All the nitrogen oxides from the blast site would probably rise high into the atmosphere and turn a huge patch of the ozone layer into molecular oxygen, thereby allowing the sun's ultraviolet rays to filter right back through the stratosphere and seriously burn people, perhaps to death. He had trudged halfway up the slope towards the Garlalfo's place when he heard the dog's welcoming bark. He wiped the wetness from his cheeks with a hand and hurried on. Richard. Richard, wait. He stopped and looked back. In the bright lights of the hospital parking lot, he saw Washington, climbing the hill towards him, pulling Stacey along. Hey, turkey, wait up. F***CKU, he said under his breath and kept on climbing. He kicked at a rock in his path and stopped again as Washington called. Shake it, buddy, he shouted back, I haven't got all night. He felt a rush of relief and joy spreading through him. Grinning, he started back down the slope to help them. The end.